Alright guys, very long reaction we have today. We are going to be reacting to a debate between Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson. I am not particularly fond of Andrew Wilson. I think the last time we reacted to him was when he had his debate with Papa Gut, actually, believe it or not. When Andrew Wilson said that women should be thankful that men don't rape them. He was also unironically arguing for incest sex. He's a total debate rapist, and I say that with full confidence because Andrew Wilson has rapist takes. Again, he says women should be thankful men don't rape them. He also proposes the question of, hey, if a woman gets sexually assaulted, is there a chance that a woman could enjoy that sexual assault? Very gross, disgusting things overall. I don't think Andrew Wilson is a particularly good person. But this debate should be entertaining. I mean, it's two conspiracy theorists debating each other. Candace Owens is an insane conspiracy theorist. So is Andrew Wilson. So I'm interested to see a debate between two conspiracy theorists. I don't know. I think it's a fascinating thing.
See that too.
Are we live? Okay, so we're officially live. Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. It's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did.
Not really. Charlie Kirk was kind of a fucking asshole. I mean, what happened to him was terrible, and I don't advocate that you should commit political violence towards people that are very inflammatory when it comes to their takes. I mean, Charlie Kirk is the same guy who said he would force his daughter to give birth to a rapist's baby, which you would only ever have that take if you were a rapist yourself. Let's be fucking real. Or you had religious psychosis. It's pretty insane stuff. Charlie Kirk was a pretty terrible person. I don't particularly feel bad for the guy whatsoever. So, yeah, I mean, what happened to him was terrible, but I certainly don't feel bad for him. And just because he's dead doesn't mean I have to feel bad for him, you know?
Have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people.
I mean, he just went on college campuses and he debated college students and he did slam dunks on college students. That's really all Charlie Kirk ever did. I don't think Charlie Kirk was like an insanely revolutionary person. He just debated college students. That's all he did. He's an influencer. Again, like, people fucking whitewash Charlie Kirk's death so much. They say that he was like the next MLK or whatever. There were people that were saying that, and I'm just like, give me a fucking break. Charlie Kirk was not the next MLK. MLK is Jr. is like one of the greatest Americans to live, and Charlie Kirk was just a guy who talked. That's it.
Young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you got a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you, that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place, and kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online.
Oh, yeah, by the way, just for context, by the way, I think Andrew Wilson posted a clip on Twitter, which I'm not going to play here because we have a lot to get through in this video. I mean, this is a fucking 3-hour, 11-minute video. But Andrew Wilson posted on Twitter that he would give Candace Owens $300,000 just to fucking debate her, which is pretty insane. Like, giving somebody $300,000, that is... that's some dedication. I don't know. Like, I almost respect the dedication, but I don't think Andrew Wilson's a good person, so I have no respect for him as a human being, just in general. He's not somebody I would feel safe around my daughter. He gives a lot of rapist takes, and he also compares things to rape and incest a lot in his debates. It's very strange.
And if you want to see more of these things, any of the 3 channels subscribe to him, The Candace Show, The Crucible, I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD Podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will...
Yeah, it's also weird that Andrew Wilson calls his show The Crucible. I don't think it's a coincidence Andrew Wilson, who is a very Christian person, calls his show The Crucible, and it reminds me of this play, or like this story. It's like either a novel or a play that took place during the Salem witch trials, where a bunch of women were murdered over, and a bunch of people were murdered over false accusations. And it was all justified in the name of religion. It all stems back to religion being used as a justification for all the horrific shit that we've had in society. That's really it, you know, like, I really have been on a religion hate spree recently, and unfortunately MAGA does not make it any better.
Be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows, on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said...
is it a fair conversation? I don't know.
Kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned
I guess we're about to find out.
a lot. You missed out right now the last 10
Fucking Michael Knowles. That's incredible.
minutes. We talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all 3 of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also
Joe fucking Rogan.
volunteered.
Yeah, that guy's really fallen off. I used to respect Joe Rogan, but then he just became, like, such a conspiracy theorist that I just, like, I cannot take Joe Rogan seriously as a person anymore.
But it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence.
Well, no, overwhelming would be that everything points in the direction that this happened. That would be what overwhelming means. No? Like, I don't think that it's what everyone believes in.
So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of
I don't know. Like, yeah, it's not good that people were celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, but he was an asshole. I don't know what to tell you. Like, Charlie Kirk was a bad person. Yeah, his politics suck. He's a terrible person. He is an extremely hateful person.
Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form.
Also, not for nothing, but, like, a lot of conservatives also laugh and celebrate when people, or any political figure that they don't like, die as well. I mean, like, Donald Trump was laughing at Paul Pelosi getting beaten with a hammer. And also, you have people like Asmongold online who laugh at Renee Good and Alex Preddy getting shot, saying, "Gotcha, bitch." And then he laughs at Robert Mueller dying. Just because Robert Mueller was doing an investigation on Trump, and then he was like, "Oh my god, that guy's a piece of shit. He's running a smear campaign on my beloved pedophile president. Oh my god." That sort of thing. So, I don't know. I think that we have to not do this whole virtue signal of, oh, the left celebrates when people on the right die when they do the same thing to us. I don't really... It's like they try to, like, do this reasonability troll of being, like, the best, of, like, the more grounded people when they're not.
Peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime.
I don't think it was traumatic, to be honest with you. Even, like, I remember watching the interview with Andrew Callahan on the last person Charlie Kirk debated. I think his name was Hunter. Not to be mistaken with Hunter Biden. It was a different Hunter. And he was the last person to ever debate Charlie Kirk. And he said he knew that he was safe the moment Charlie died after, like, a little bit after he died. Because nobody else died. It was just Charlie. And he says that communicates to him that it's like, oh, I was relieved because this is just an assassination attempt. He was only... It was a one-and-done kind of deal. Like, he killed Charlie, and that was it. Nobody else was the target, just Charlie. I don't think it was that traumatic. I mean, obviously, it was shocking for the people that were there, because it's so unexpected, and it was shocking when it first happened, but then, like, a week passes by, and no one really cared when Charlie Kirk died. Like, even when you asked Donald Trump, like, Donald Trump was asked about Charlie Kirk's death, and he was like, well, look at my ballroom. My ballroom's coming along nicely. Erica Kirk didn't really care that much either. She kind of took advantage of her husband's death, if anything, just to fucking run with TPUSA and do her own thing with it. So, Yeah, no one really cared a little bit after Charlie Kirk died. It was intense at first, and then people just moved on. And now Charlie Kirk's legacy is just getting the Kirkification memes online, so I don't think anyone truly cares.
And for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. And the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence. That in his final days, on around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have it.
I mean, why would Charlie Kirk fear that a leftist would kill him, then, if he was saying egregious shit that, like, let's be fucking honest, opened you up for violence to happen to you? I mean, again, Charlie Kirk shouldn't have been such a fucking asshole. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm not advocating that you should be violent to Charlie Kirk, but I feel like you can only say, hey, you can only say so much egregious shit and so much racist shit and so much shit against marginalized groups so many fucking times before people want to go like, yeah, this guy is not a good guy and the world would be better without him. I don't advocate that. I don't advocate that you should be violent to Charlie Kirk, but, like, there's only so much you could do before people decide, yeah, fuck you, we're not dealing with this anymore. Like, I'm not really sure what else to tell you.
Dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this, okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong...
Again, it's interesting that, like, Charlie Kirk thought he was under threat by the left. If, like, why would you be under threat by the left? I don't know, maybe because of all the shit that you say. All the horrible shit that you, and rhetoric you say.
And, in my opinion...
Some people are threatened just based on the color of their skin. And that's a lot of Hispanic people live in fear every day. A lot of black people live in fear from the far right utilizing ICE. The far right that runs our government utilizing ICE, detaining them just because they're brown people.
Idiotic.
And recently, Asmongold advocating that you should shoot children, brown people, that illegally cross the border as well. So, that's another thing.
Many of these
just something to keep in mind.
Conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is, one, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence to tie...
So the problem with this right here, like, I heard Andrew Wilson talk about this. The problem that we're going to have with Andrew Wilson talking about the evidence gap theory or whatever is Andrew Wilson's audience already fundamentally believe in the evidence gap theory. All the people that watch Andrew Wilson do the same shit. And I'm going to explain to you why. Andrew Wilson's a very Christian man, and he believes in religion. I'm going to tie this back to religion. Andrew Wilson's audience also believe in religion. And what does religion do? You may ask. Religion, you fill in the gaps. You fill in the gaps of what does make sense and what doesn't make sense. And that's what stemmed from religion to begin with. A lot of people believe in religion because it's supposed to answer questions that we didn't have the answers to in life and everything. And it can be beautiful. But so much bad shit has stemmed from religion, and so much shit has stemmed from religion. And let's be real, religion has no real basis of anything. Religion is not a reality of living. If we're just going to be real for a moment, there's no reality to religion. There's no facts behind religion at all. Just from a fundamental way of living. It's just a way people live, right? And it can be good, but it's not a factual thing. And Andrew Wilson doesn't want you to think that it's a factual thing. And so I think it's just important to keep that in mind moving forward, that Andrew Wilson does believe in the magical apple curse, which is, stories of a magical Jewish wizard that exists in the clouds, and stories about two angels disguised as humans wanting to sexually assault Abraham the prophet in the Genesis chapter, and the fact that it justifies slavery, and a whole bunch of other stories that are justified, which there's a lot of horrific shit in the Bible. The book of Revelation is also a doomsday victim complex that a lot of people live in, too.
Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. And 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as a trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, but Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case, and I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence.
I mean, I don't know. Listen, it's pretty clear to me that Tyler Robinson was most likely the killer. I still believe that Tyler Robinson is most likely the killer. And the reason why we believe that is because we are going off of what the police are saying and what the law are saying about Charlie Kirk's death. It makes sense. I mean, Tyler Robinson was, sure, he was a leftist. It was an example of leftist violence. Sure, one of the few times that it is, I would say. And the reason I say that is mainly because if you look back at statistics over the past several decades, right-wing violence has always been more prevalent. I'm not going to debate this topic with anybody. If you do your own research, every source will tell you that right-wing violence is highly more prevalent than left-wing violence, and it's not even close. So I'm not going to debate this topic with anybody. If you want to do your own research on it, all the sources will tell you the same thing, if you don't believe my word for it. But anyway, yes, Charlie Kirk's death was an example of left-wing violence. That's true. One of the things that we don't take into account, though, is the fact that Tyler Robinson grew up in a very MAGA Mormon family that are full of conservatives. And so what wound up happening, at least based on all the pieces that we have, is Tyler Robinson was part of these Discord servers that probably radicalized him in the opposite direction, being far left. And he also had a girlfriend who was transgender as well. And Charlie Kirk has said a lot of mean, nasty shit about trans people. And Tyler Robinson, being radicalized as fuck, decided to take matters into his own hands and murder Charlie Kirk. That's what happened. Again, you don't have to say that it was a good thing that what he did. You don't have to say, hey, we shouldn't advocate for the violence of political figures. But again, it's hard for me to feel bad for Charlie Kirk as a person. It's hard for me to feel bad that he died, truthfully. It was shocking when it first happened, but he's an asshole. I'm not going to sit here and whitewash Charlie Kirk as a person. He was an asshole. He was an asshole when he was alive, and I still think he's an asshole even after, almost a year after he died. So I just think that it's important to just keep that in mind, that he did grow up in a very conservative MAGA family as well.
Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson is overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing.
As of right now.
I see almost no evidence at all.
But, again, they would mean that all the evidence points in that direction.
All only speculation, unverified claims.
See, the reason I keep bringing that up is because Andrew Wilson plays a lot of semantics in his debates. We saw this when he debated Papa Gut. He also does this a lot when he debates a bunch of OnlyFans women on the whatever podcast. Andrew Wilson will play this game where he debates constant semantics over even the smallest things. I think it's just important to keep this in mind when going into this because he is very, very pedantic about information. He's very pedantic when it comes to small details on debates, and that's how he gets you in debates. He like does that hoping that it'll overwhelm the person that he is debating and that it'll get him off course. It's very cheap debate tactics, and he tries to force his debate opponents into like a dialogue tree. And he also lies a lot. Like, he'll lie on the fly when it's convenient, if it makes him look good or convenient in the moment. So that's another thing that we just have to keep in mind about Andrew Wilson and his debate tactics. We've seen him debate before against Papa Gun. We've seen like clips of him debate on the whatever podcast.
Suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like, but if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable...
Maybe that's why I don't mind Candace Owens as much. Like, I don't like Candace Owens. I'm not a particular fan of a lot of the shit that she is paraded behind. She's paraded behind a lot of white supremacy in the past, and I'm not a particular fan of the pick-me energy behind Candace Owens. But the thing about Candace Owens is Candace Owens, at the very least, I can respect that you can have a conversation with her. She's also been calling out Donald Trump a lot more recently. She's not bending the knee to MAGA, which I can somewhat respect, even if I don't like Candace Owens as a person. At the very least, you can have a conversation with Candace Owens, and she'll... I don't know. I don't think she's, like, entirely stupid of a person. I don't think that she's, like, entirely a dumb person. I don't agree with her. I think she's delusional and misguided, but you can have a conversation with her. Andrew Wilson is somebody you can't have a conversation with. Andrew Wilson is very debate molester-brained. He is completely fucking pedantic about every issue. You can't have a real conversation with him because he wants to force you in a dialogue tree just to get, like, a big own on you. That's all Andrew Wilson does in all of his debates, and I would say Candace Owens' audience is more open to conversation, even if they're not, like... Again, I don't agree with a lot of them. Whereas Andrew Wilson's audience, you have to fucking drill information into their heads over and over again. You have to, like, forcefully drill shit into their heads because they're not particularly intelligent people. They need Andrew Wilson to feed them information. And they're like, oh my god, Andrew Wilson got a big dunk. He's a great Christian man. W. Andrew Wilson. I remember I got, like, a comment from one of Andrew Wilson's fans when I did a YouTube show on him. He's like, they were like, W. Andrew Wilson, LU, and it was a take about Andrew Wilson dating immature women, basically, and how he would date an 18-year-old at the age of 41. It's pretty weird shit. And I looked at that and I was like, bro, Andrew Wilson doesn't care about you, lil bro. I just looked at that comment. I was like, Andrew Wilson doesn't give a fuck about you. He's like, you're just like, you feel the need to defend him so hard on all of this. He don't care about you, lil bro. I don't know.
Platform to
It's just weird. I don't know.
attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people. And she's making a mockery of the
Oh, you mean the conservative groom? TPUSA is doing conservative grooming, basically, on young people? Yeah.
online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by...
And religious grooming as well. That too.
Dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building. And she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000, but today, I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th by throwing it to this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't...
there might be some level of truth to that. I don't know.
Think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, I mean, just the last couple...
Especially now more than ever. Fucking Donald Trump refusing to release a certain client list that has a bunch of rich pedophiles on it because he's probably on there.
Of years, if you just think of the things that
I guess evidence doesn't exist according to MAGA. As long as you don't see the evidence doesn't exist. I guess that's how that works.
Learned about our government. And I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running the podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo, and that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. Is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27-front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be, strangely, to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via text.
Well, Charlie Kirk did love Israel a lot. I mean, he may not have explicitly stated it on the day he died or maybe the day before, but Charlie Kirk loved Israel to a fault. He, justified what Israel was doing to Palestine. And he probably believed in that just because Palestinians are a bunch of brown people, probably. So he, yeah, I mean, Charlie Kirk loved Israel to a fault. Yes, that is just a proven fact.
Message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie.
Megyn Kelly, the girl who says that 15-year-olds are technically not 8-year-olds, so that justifies Donald Trump raping them. Yeah, I remember Megyn Kelly saying that. What a great woman she is, defending Trump being on the Epstein list. It's incredible. Wow.
People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming.
Oh, I remember. I was going to say something earlier about Candace Owens. I think I might have gotten sidetracked. I tend to do that a lot in reaction videos. Like, I tend to lose train of thought, and then I go off on a side tangent, and then I just forget my original point. The thing about Candace Owens having a conversation is, at the very least, yeah, you can have a conversation with her. And from what I can see, like, based on what I'm hearing, she at the very least tells you why she comes to the conspiracy theories conclusions that she does, even if you don't agree with them. I don't really agree with the idea that Israel or some other force outside of Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. I don't agree with that conspiracy theory at all, and when you boil it down, it is a conspiracy theory at the end of the day. But I don't think that I can, at the very least, like, Candace is explaining herself and articulating herself in a way where I can understand where she's coming from and, like, why she comes to that conclusion, even if I don't agree with it. Because I do agree that probably Tyler Robinson is the one that murdered Charlie Kirk. I mean, all the evidence points to Tyler Robinson killing Charlie Kirk, right? That's where it all points to. It is interesting to hear that Candace Owens and her perspective on it, however.
With that, and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like, calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers. They're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful.
Fed slop. We're learning new terms, guys.
That you came today.
Fed slop is a brand new term we just learned today.
I
feel like every single video we've been reacting to, we've always been learning new terms that people have been coming up with. Fascinating.
To, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place. Maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than...
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, it probably gives Candace Owens some incentive to debate, because Andrew Wilson did spend $300,000 just to fucking sit here and debate her, so...
doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you?
Yeah, I mean, TPUSA did. They recently hired fucking Andrew Wilson. That is true. I forgot about that. TPUSA hired Andrew Wilson, even though, wow, great optics, guys. Hiring the guy who says that women should be thankful that men don't rape them, and that if if a woman gets sexually assaulted, is there a chance that she could enjoy the sexual assault? The guy who gives a lot of rapist takes. Let's hire that guy. Because he's a great debater. Great optics, TPUSA.
Between 0 to 100, what is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
Why the doubt?
0%.
0%.
Yeah, right there. Okay, I'm going to just point out right there, Andrew Wilson already lost this argument. Right there. I'm going to, already, if Andrew Wilson is not 100% confident, I don't know why he would have... If he said there's overwhelming evidence, his own words, why wouldn't he just say 100%? Why wouldn't he say even like a 95%? Why the 15% doubt? Actually, no, not scratch that. Why even 5% doubt? No, do 100%. If you think there's overwhelming evidence, say 100%. Say 100%. Be confident in your claim. Why the sudden doubt? Because if there's sudden doubt, you just gave Candace Owens more charitability to say, oh, it's not Tyler Robinson that killed Charlie Kirk. Even if Candace Owens may not be correct in that claim, she already looks better than Andrew Wilson here from a debate setting.
0.
So,
with what we've seen in
there's no reason why he shouldn't have just said, oh, 100% it was Tyler Robinson that killed Charlie Kirk.
The evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him, you're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right.
And kill him.
If you said, was he involved that day, as I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from Losi.
But just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A 30-06 from Losi, 150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at.
Yeah, I mean, I know very few people. I was thinking in my head, there's no way it's a 50 cal either, because if it was a 50 cal, I think Charlie's entire head would have fallen off, to be honest with you. And that probably would have given the internet way too much meme material if his head rolled off completely. So let's be real. Anyway, that said, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I still think that he was shot by Tyler Robinson. But ultimately, the way Candace Owens is presenting it is, it is compelling. I will say it is interesting to at least hear her perspective on where she's coming from. Because, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It obviously may not have been a strong bullet necessarily. But what else could have possibly killed Charlie at that point, right? Because they got him in the neck, and it was done. It was boom. Hit in the neck. That was it. So, I don't know. What else could it have possibly been, right? There's many other... I mean, I don't know. There's so many conspiracy theories around it. But again, I would say that it's... I mean, we're all going off of Tyler Robinson, which is the point that I was getting into. People like Andrew Wilson and people like everybody else, I would say the majority of the public, are just going off of what law enforcement is saying about Charlie Kirk's death, ultimately. And the government isn't always the most truthful with us, and people are not always the most truthful when it comes to reporting information. So, I don't know. I mean, I'm open to the idea of it being somebody else, but I'm led to believe that it was Tyler Robinson.
Paul?
With maybe a smaller
caliber? Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is. Since
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute, and that's why I'm.
yeah, but
because if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline-
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so
if you
whether
wanna
then
use the
starting
first-
with
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique, for
we
you,
should
that's
go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence
so
that we feel.
the first reason that I think, and I think it's compelling evidence, is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the
Yeah, it couldn't.
case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun. Did you watch the testimony? Did you? Did you watch the preliminary
yeah, we
hearing?
covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet
when they-
analysis?
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That
Okay.
doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I
That's
agree.
not
I mean, she's technically not wrong, I guess.
convincing evidence to me.
Also, by the way, like, to Andrew Wilson's point about, like, gun... Like, I kind of want to listen to his point again about the whole, like, gun shattering or whatever.
That a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round.
Oh, no, sorry. No, he said... I thought he said something else. Okay, never mind. I thought he said something completely unrelated. I guess not. I must have misheard that part. Okay, fair enough. I just wanted to listen to that part one more time. All right, don't mind me, guys.
Crime scene, right? That
Okay.
doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I
That's
agree.
not convincing evidence to
I
me.
concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So
that
you
logically
are,
possible.
you, I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith? Mm-hmm. Okay, and for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years. You also said that you were an Army sniper?
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that. by the
Sorry,
way.
your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it
She said
change
that
15
was-
years later?
15 years ago, 15 years later, what? So why would your wife lie about you being an army sniper?
She said that it was colloquial.
I know what they're talking about, by the way. I want to provide some context on this part. Andrew Wilson did say that he was an army sniper for about a year. I think he went on this, like, podcast or he went on this show or whatever, and he said that he was an army sniper. And then he said on another clip that he wasn't an army sniper at all. And now this is the second time where he's saying that he's not an army sniper and that, oh, my wife tweeted that out. So is your wife lying about you? Is that what you're telling us?
So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? She then corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many
Okay.
years
So,
alongside my gun shop.
As with your expert
I don't know if I believe that. I mean, we basically just got confirmation that Andrew Wilson and his wife lied about him being an army sniper.
expertise, when
Oh,
she
man.
gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point in time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point in time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well,
I want you to respond to 2 points. I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints, and among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched, you could have DNA on something that you've never touched, and to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5 plus other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay, that
So-
What?
you think there could be debris and
I'm not sure what the fuck Andrew Wilson is talking about. Like, debris can always come out of the rifle, or any firearm for that matter, when you use a weapon. I'm not quite sure what the fuck he's talking about. Also, rust is a huge thing as well, so I don't know what the fuck Andrew Wilson is talking about here.
dust. He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay, and the prints?
Yeah, so the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long. Testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twig's DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no. Hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and
Yeah.
this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA.
Oh, here we go. This is where the debate fires up, in my opinion. This is where we're really going to get into the meat and potatoes of things.
Analysis in the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded.
Even
so I'm
if-
asking you.
Yeah, Candace Owens is, I will say, she is very confident in her claims, because, like, Andrew Wilson is like, yeah, we can get a fact check, and now Andrew Wilson is, like, actually, like, I can kind of see him visibly sweating up at this, because it's like, oh, shit, she's actually going to fact check my claim, and I'm going to look really stupid here.
to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it. Let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took
hang
it.
on. I'm just
okay.
granting it for the sake of argument.
You should.
He's granting it because he doesn't actually have anything he could say against it. Andrew Wilson thought that he could lie confidently here, and he does this all the time in a lot of his debates. Andrew Wilson confidently lies, thinking that if you can lie confidently in a debate, that on its own could be enough to scare your debate opponent into making more mistakes. And that is a tactic that a lot of people do. I've seen River Siver do this debate tactic a lot. I think he did this a couple of times in my debate with him. I don't remember if he actually did. It wouldn't surprise me if he did, though. But Andrew Wilson does this debate tactic constantly where he lies confidently, hoping that he'll get like a gotcha on his debate opponents. But Candace Owens knows that it's a fact that she could back up. Once they fact check it, once they actually do a fact check, fucking Andrew Wilson, he was like, oh no, I'll grant you this point. I'll grant it to you. I'm not saying that you are right, but I'll grant it to you. He's pretending like it's entertaining. The real reason that he's doing it is not because he's being nice. It's because he doesn't actually have any real argument he could say against it. Andrew Wilson has to work in a dialogue tree. He constantly tries to force his debate opponents to work within a dialogue tree like it's a fucking Oblivion NPC or whatever. When in reality, that's not at all how actual conversation should work. But he decided to have this debate with Candace Owens. He decided to do this, so this is what you signed up for. I guess he wasn't prepared to deal with the facts and logic, I guess.
Okay, so now it's granted. So what?
Even if even if the Candace Owens is not correct on her conspiracy theory about Tyler Robinson, she already looks better than Andrew Wilson does here. Like, already she looks way better than he does, and she's already winning the debate more than he is.
What do you mean, so what?
Yeah, so what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded.
I'm telling you
if
to
that's the
explain it.
case-
You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory
So
with
your answer
fingerprints?
is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what?
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know.
but
I
what
actually
would
don't
that-
have an
what
explanation
would that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly,
Okay.
and this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to.
Oh my god, this is another thing that Andrew Wilson does, is he also interrupts people a lot. If he's not confident on a point, he interrupts people, and he interrupts them to hopefully lose their train of thought. And it's because Andrew Wilson doesn't have a good answer he can give in this moment, and so he is trying to interrupt them, hoping that that'll catch them off guard, and so that'll buy him enough time to come up with a good answer to debate pervert his way out of this, basically. But he has nothing on her. This is a sign that Andrew Wilson is actually sweating. Like, you can actually see him. He's like kind of starting to sweat a little bit. He's like, oh fuck, what did I sign up for?
To finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
This was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home, and she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from.
Maybe Tyler Robinson went to jerk off before he killed Charlie Kirk. You guys ever think of that? Maybe he just wanted to have one last goon session before the point of no return, I guess. Maybe that's why his fucking fingerprints all over the place. Maybe there was like semen attached to his hands on the fucking rifle. I don't know, man.
And
maybe that's the extent of the DNA found on the rifle.
Again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there's evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
I mean, for what it's worth, again, I don't agree with her at all, but she is bringing up some interesting points. Like, she is bringing some points that would strongly suggest that her claims are more correct than his. Like, she is actually backing up her claim at the very least to support why she comes to the conclusion that she does. So, I don't know. I don't think that she's correct, but like, regardless of whether or not you think she is or she isn't correct, she's at least presenting the information convincingly.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support.
I mean, it's part of it. That would be part of a bigger structure.
Support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off. Right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun. I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy
Only in MAGA families are guns heirlooms. Sad.
part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence, so how could we get to the patsy part?
Okay,
I mean, like, again, this is the proof that like Andrew Wilson knows he's fucked. He like is constantly interrupting her. He's constantly trying to not let her get to her point because Andrew Wilson knows that he's fucking cornered on this point. And so like he can't let her finish her thought or let her prove herself because he knows, oh shit, she's actually articulate in the way she's talking. And she actually, like, I don't have any legitimate rebuttals. Andrew Wilson, again, works in like a dialogue tree. He has to force his debate opponents into a dialogue tree, and he has to force his debate opponents into, like, they can only give an answer that he knows he'll get a slam dunk on, regardless of what the answer he'll give is. And she's working outside of that dialogue tree, so he has to fucking constantly interrupt her. This is how you know Andrew Wilson is sweating and he's cooked, when he has to constantly interrupt his debate opponents from never even letting them finish their point.
Wait,
to the end of the
I'll wait
sentence.
patiently till we get to
So that
that
could be a reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together, that doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various
But it
places.
also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
This is another weird debate tactic that Andrew Wilson will do. Like, he completely, like, what he just did to Candace Owens was he completely strawmanned her argument. The argument that Candace Owens was making is because the fingerprints that were on the gun, the ones that weren't Tyler Robinson's were more present than Tyler Robinson's. Tyler Robinson's was the least present on the gun, and they were the most faded. So that was the evidence that she presented to why she believes it. Again, whether or not you choose to agree with Candace Owens is up to you. I don't agree with her personally. But again, the fact that the only argument that Andrew Wilson could come up with was to completely strawman her argument, you know that he's cooked. Like, he doesn't have any real answer he can give to the points that she's making without having to strawman her argument. It's actually, like, really funny. Like, he's actually sweating now. Like, he really is feeling the pressure of this debate, and we're only half an hour in out of, like, 30 minutes.
just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there is evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
no, I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and
No, he didn't watch the preliminary hearing. I know he said earlier, he claimed that he did earlier, but I'm willing to bet that he probably didn't even watch the preliminary hearing. I don't think Andrew Wilson came into this debate prepared at all.
instinct.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion,
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
the state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself.
I don't think he did at all. I don't think he watched any hearing. I think he claims that he did, but he came into this debate super unprepared. He doesn't have any real counterpoints to anything Candace Owens is saying so far.
Understand what that means is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information.
I mean, this is the same guy who's not even 100% confident that it was Tyler Robinson who did the killing. Earlier in this debate, he said that he wasn't 100% confident. He said he was like 75% sure or 85% sure that it was Tyler Robinson. You still have some doubt. The remaining 25 or 15%, there's still some doubt lingering in Andrew Wilson. Candace Owens is fully confident in her claim. Already, Candace Owens looks better than you, like before the debate even began. And she's continuing to cook him.
Presented is going to be allowed, the majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no,
this is a huge point. This
I
is,
want to.
this is crazy that you don't know this.
Fact check. If
yes,
all the
we
evidence
need more
was
than a
put
fact
in,
check. This was every single day.
The team in the back is
Utah
actually
Rule
saying they want
1102.
to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up. So we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says, the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left comment.
He has to fucking add that conjecture in there. Oh my god, just to make anything to make Andrew Wilson look a little bit better here.
On the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also...
I mean, maybe that's true, Andrew Wilson, but again, you're debating Candace Owens. It's your job to prove that. You haven't actually given any real proof about things without having to lie or strawman about shit, or without having to constantly interrupt Candace Owens on her points, because you don't have any real response to any of the things that she's saying, because you're a fucking NPC with a dialogue tree.
Obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae. Transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, etc., etc. So the summary of the examination said he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it.
No,
the same way that you got to Tyler Robinson.
Shooter from that.
Yes, you did. This is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial, swear them in. But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley was saying.
But not all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority,
again, no dispute.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate actually made.
Dude, he is cooked. I'm just like listening to Candace Owens fucking cooking the shit out of Andrew Wilson. He is cooked. Oh my god, like constantly interrupting her, constantly being like, oh, I didn't do this, I didn't do that. By the way, again, I was trying to find like a perfect time to pause there, but like Candace Owens just kept going off and off and off. I was like, I think I should just let this play for a little bit, because like just gotta let her fucking go off. But like, again, that's another debate tactic that Andrew Wilson does, is when you press him really hard on a point, he's not gonna let you pin him down on a point ever, because it makes him look bad. Andrew Wilson's he's an incredibly insecure person, and so whenever you push him down on a point, he'll go like, oh, I didn't say that, I didn't say this, I didn't say that. He did this in the Papa Gut debate. In the Papa Gut debate that he was doing, Papa Gut was pushing him on the dating 18-year-olds, saying, like, advocating dating an 18-year-old. Who wouldn't want to date an 18-year-old or whatever? Andrew Wilson was saying that. But then Andrew Wilson was trying to make this, like, really semantic, like, distinction between advocate should or should not or whatever. Like, it was like a very pedantic detail about like whether or not he should or shouldn't advocate for dating an 18-year-old or some shit like that. I don't know. It ultimately didn't fucking matter in the grand scheme of things, because one, Andrew Wilson actually lied. He actually did advocate that you could, as an adult, date an 18-year-old. And two, Andrew Wilson like focuses hard on pedantic details to try to throw you off. And I think part of the debate tactic is just saying something so dumb or so fucking like pseudo-intellectual that the debate opponent has nothing they can say about the like how stupid it is. You know what I mean? I think that's part of the debate tactic, is being that pedantic. And that's what Andrew Wilson does frequently. It's very pseudo-intellectual.
It was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance just can't willy-nilly say.
I'm not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence. That's what you're saying to me. When you say, Candace, you can't talk about the greater prince, which is a fact.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
And then infer off of that.
Didn't say
that Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just literally making stuff up. So
dude, he's so nervous. He has to constantly interrupt her. He's not letting her finish her point at all. He's trying so hard to interrupt her. By the way, this is the part where the moderator, this guy right here, I forget his name, but this is the part where the moderator should be stepping in, being like, let Candace Owens finish, and Andrew, please shut the fuck up. This is the part where you should be stepping in, but he's not stepping in to do that at all. Like, what the fuck is the point of a debate moderator if like you're not gonna intervene when people are talking over each other?
position is.
I'm
I'm
not
asking
making
this.
stuff up. I'm
Have Rule
saying
1102
that
ready.
I think you,
I'm
let's
just
pull that
trying
up.
to
Let's
pull
pull
out
that up.
1102.
I am doing exactly what the state did.
Okay.
I'm looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you
from the
describe to
inference.
the audience what Rule
Yes.
1102
So this,
means?
just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a
made that
fact
argument.
like
Just making it up.
He's talking over her. He's so fucking cooked. It's so cooked. He's so insecure. Oh my god, he's so fucking insecure about the position he's in. It's so funny to see.
Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew,
based on
can I
your
show my
inference.
evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The
He's very insecure.
entire
Bro, he's pretending to fall asleep. He's pretending to fall asleep. Homie hasn't had his cigarette yet. He hasn't been able to light up his cigarette. Maybe that's why he was so fucking upset. He thought that the fucking debate terms he was under is unfair because he can't smoke cigarettes while he's debating. Homie fucking smokes cigarettes more than he changes his shirt. I swear to God, I've seen him wear this shirt like 6 times on the fucking whatever podcast. He smokes more than he changes his shirt.
preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here, and that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence, and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence, okay? Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said, the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that is what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that
now.
he is using to argue his case, is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact.
We're
So what they are inferring off of the fact.
See, now he's backtracking. Candace Owens is making a very, very good point here about how she gets to the evidence that in the inference that she's making. Andrew Wilson's not willing to accept her answer. Again, he tried this in the Papa Gut debate as well. He's like unwilling to accept the answer that she's giving here. And when Papa Gut was explaining it to Andrew Wilson several times, Andrew Wilson is like, but how do you get there? The reason why he keeps asking that question is not because he's trying to fish for an answer. He's trying to fish for a opening. He's trying to look for an opening, and he's heavily relying on his debate opponent saying something that will catch them in a dialogue tree that will force them to give him an answer, basically, that he can own them on, basically. That's what Andrew Wilson is trying to do. He's trying to fish for Candace Owens saying a specific thing that will cause him to maybe, like, pick himself up in this debate, but it's not working. And Candace Owens is actually, like, honestly, if anything, this debate has actually made me respect Candace Owens more, even if I don't particularly like her. It's made me respect her more that she's not playing Andrew Wilson's bullshit game of, like, being forced into a fucking dialogue tree.
So, again, we're going to take this. And
Andrew Wilson's extremely fraudulent. I don't know how this guy has fans or has people that unironically watch him. It's probably just a bunch of, like, Christian conservative people that, like, see Andrew Wilson dunk on people that they don't like, and it makes them feel good, and it makes them feel, like, aroused to some extent about it. I don't fucking know. They probably get some sexual pleasure off watching Andrew Wilson, maybe. I don't know. I don't particularly look at this man's teeth and go, like, oh, this guy's sexy. This guy settles for a baby mama who fucking had 3 different baby mamas.
Grant it, because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's...
He's not even pushing back on this tweet anymore. He like was so adamant that this tweet was false, but then he's not even pushing back on it anymore. He's like saying, I never said that. I never said that. Now he's not pushing back against that. You guys notice that?
He drives a similar car. Okay, they are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference?
She just did. She literally is walking you through the inference. Do you need the information drilled into your head?
So that I understand.
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept saying... she's literally explaining it to him, and he just doesn't get it. Or, like, either that, or he's just, like, still trying to fish, in a reaction where he can force her into the dialogue tree. Deciding that we
I'm
have
talking
images...
about your inference that the fingerprints even if they're degraded, equals Patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Because
she already explained it to him, by the way. Again, it's the dialogue tree. He chooses his wording very carefully, and every single time he asks her this question, he's constantly breaking the dialogue tree. Every single time. Again, props to Candace Owens for not actually fucking buying into it or playing into his bullshit game of being locked into a dialogue tree. She's breaking the script, and Andrew Wilson's brain cannot fucking compute that she's breaking the script.
Saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts, okay? It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally...
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think...
Sure, but that's not really the point that she's making, though. The point that she is making is that it's least likely that Tyler Robinson was responsible for Charlie Kirk's murder or being responsible for being behind that rifle that day. It's, again, whether or not you choose to believe her is up to you. That's up to you, but it's not really the point that she's making. This is just, like, part of a bigger picture that's the point that she's making.
That's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations in Candace,
dude, he can't fucking let her finish. He's cooked. He cannot let her finish a thought at all. He's constantly interrupting her. He cannot let her finish at all. He is so scared.
Why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a Patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a Patsy. I am saying that there is...
I thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim today.
No, my whole claim was that there is more evidence that he has set up as a Patsy.
How does that equal evidence of Patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like, I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right? To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over the floor?
I didn't say that's what convinced me.
When you
Oh, see, this is what I'm talking about. He said, no, I didn't say that. Like Candace Owens, but he's like, oh, now I'm not saying it convinced me that this was what killed Charlie Kirk or whatever. He backtracked there. I'm going to play that again. Facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white...
I didn't find it convincing, guys. I didn't find it convincing. Immediately fucking concedes on this.
Guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over the floor?
I didn't say that's what convinced me.
He fucking immediately backtracks on that. He had to clarify so quickly. Oh, that's so funny.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things.
Again, also more examples of Andrew Wilson being fucking pedantic on like the smallest things that nobody in the real world cares about. Andrew Wilson is a stupid, terminally online person. That's another thing. He's constantly on Twitter, and he's constantly tweeting at people. He is very terminally online. That's another thing. He like goes in his Twitter feed. And it's the same thing with Asmongold, like where they all these like right-wing loser freaks are constantly scrolling through Twitter. They are terminally online. They are so fucking online. They are constantly on Twitter, just like seeing garbage shit in their feed. That's it.
I think you said
it. They look at Twitter and they're like, oh, yep, I believe that thing. Totally. It's totally real. Twitter, everything that happens on Twitter is a reality of the way the world works.
Was his car. You said it was...
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find
You
to
just
be
said you didn't
compelling
say it, so we're going
evidence.
to get a fact check on that. You
Sure.
did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference, this is the most, I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question, how did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow, what a scientific... They're both wearing Converses. Okay, that's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
Maybe it's New Balance shoes. Do you guys think that they were wearing New Balance shoes? I mean, all the fucking white guys love New Balance shoes. Please don't call me out, guys. I have a pair of New Balances in my closet. Guys, please don't call me out.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, two people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to like argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it
Okay.
absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd
I
thing to
don't.
say.
I'm not
I know
sure.
these are the
I'm
same
not
people
sure in
because they're
context.
both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But
It
even
is.
I mean, that's all you can do. Like, to be honest with you, again, like that's all you can do, Candace. Like, sometimes Andrew Wilson will say a lot of really dumb, stupid, and egregious things for attention, and then he does the Asmongold tactic, where he says a bunch of egregious shit for attention, and then the moment you interpret it the way it's supposed to be interpreted, they'll back up and be like, oh, but it's out of context. Oh, but you took that out of context. You're taking things I say out of context. No, it's not out of context. They want you to think that way, but it's like suddenly they want you to have this like out of being like, oh, I didn't say that, but I didn't say this, and then they'll be like super pedantic about it. It's fucking like actually like low IQ shit. It's crazy. Like, Andrew Wilson's incredibly dumb, and like again, like sometimes you have to call him out for being a dumb person, and Candace Owens is like, yeah, you're a dumb idiot, and I'm not gonna argue with this because of how like the absurdity of it. Sometimes that's all you can do. Sometimes that's really it. Like I don't blame her.
Get a fact check on
It's
it.
like, yeah, I'm not gonna blame this.
even if it is,
Also, notice how Candace Owens is using the fact check more than Andrew Wilson is so far. That's another thing.
again,
Again, it's a sign that she's she's a lot more confident in her claims than Andrew Wilson is. Andrew Wilson has to lie in debates. He has lied in debates before, and he lies in the moment if it makes him look good. But now that he can't do that because of this whole fact-checking system, like, he's actually nervous. Like, he's sweating right now. Dude, like, earlier in the debate, he was so calm and composed, but now he's, like, actually sweating beads. He looks so fucking nervous.
was
if we're
called.
utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on a totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence. We should find
Yes.
this tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So
I
let's
mean,
start with the 30-6. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
the tweet of the 5. Did you delete it? Or no?
No, I
Did you
don't
delete
delete
tweets? Okay, cool. I just looked for, he said the...
I don't know if I entirely believe that either. I like, Andrew Wilson is very terminally online Twitter. I think he deletes tweets for sure. I don't fully believe that.
It was his
I don't know. He's lied before. He's the kind of person that would delete tweets. I don't know. I'm gonna trust my intuition on this one. My intuition tells me that he's lying here as well.
car. It was his... it was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was
Okay,
going on.
she has it. Perfect.
She has
If you got, Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see
Fantastic.
it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
That's not exhaustive. Oh, shut up, dude. Shut up with your fucking semantics terms. Shut up, dude.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago.
Guys, I'm a snot-nosed kid that got bullied in school, and so I wanted to own people in debates. This is how I deal with, this is how I deal with my problems in life. Instead of dealing with me being bullied in school productively, I just decide to say that women should be thankful men don't rape them. Teehee, well, actually, women should be thankful that men do not rape them, and they could actually enjoy sexual assault sometimes.
You should
You
concede.
said I only
That's the direction Andrew Wilson decided to take with his life.
said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You can even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I say
clip.
that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why
this,
are you pivoting?
so
But
the-
just say
well,
you were
I'm
wrong.
not. I'm
It's
gonna-
cool to just say I was wrong. I can say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of it, well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing, and then said based on that it's overwhelming.
He's such a weasel. Oh my god. He's such a weasel. It's so funny to see him get owned on this point. He is getting absolutely annihilated by Candace Owens. Like, honestly, he is getting fucking cooked. And he has no explanation for it. He's gish galloping. He's like, no, I didn't say this. I said this. I said this. He's playing semantics that don't matter. it doesn't fucking matter, ultimately.
I didn't.
He's getting so cooked right now.
You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So, no.
Wow. That's your... Wait, I'm sorry. That's your own on Candace Owens, that she didn't remember the exact small, minute details you said in a tweet? So that's your big own, that she didn't fucking remember that part, even though she remembered the overall point that you were communicating in your tweet, which she proved heavily, which you have not addressed yet. That's your own? Oh, you didn't mention the other pedantic details in this tweet, so that means you're wrong. Really, bud? That's your own?
You're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
you're
itself.
okay,
Yes,
actually.
I'm fine.
No, she was going to ask if you're fucking... Well, I don't know. She's going to ask if you were a certain slur.
Glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay.
back-
I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but
saying
back
that
to
I just
this.
said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did
There's
say this.
zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you.
Well, no, you backtracked so many fucking times in a lot of the things that you were saying, and you were saying that Candace Owens said things that she didn't say. So, yes, I would say that there's probably a form of gaslighting going on here.
Couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address what
I mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your
Oh.
Twitter was.
Oh, okay, I got it. So Andrew Wilson has nothing else to say, so he's going to be like, oh, well, this is your time that you're wasting, not me. Buddy, you're the guy that paid her $300,000 to try to debate her, and you spent $300,000 just to get fucking cooked by her. That's an extra level of patheticness. Like, imagine spending $300,000 just to fucking lose a debate. You wanted to have this debate so badly, and you lost it. And you lost $300,000 as well. That's pathetic. And that's also laughable. Imagine that.
Like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your
not
debate
what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position, if
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that? That's
Is that the
evidence.
only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing.
Shut up. Is this the only tweet you're going to ask me about? Dude, you were obviously communicating that there's the overwhelming evidence, but like you obviously were communicating a certain thing about it. Now you're fucking like backing away from it. Shut up, dude.
Your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair.
But not
right?
ex-
I feel like
sure,
that's fair.
but not exhaustive, just so you know.
And I never said it was
Oh
exhaustive.
my god, she never made that claim. It's like literally a thing that Andrew Wilson made up.
Go
Even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I
of,
never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Dude, shut the fuck up, dude. He's like so pedantic on these like small things. It's like, again, he constantly tries to be pedantic about things. He's like, no, I didn't do this. I said, hey guys, I didn't say that I liked waffles. I said I liked waffles with chocolate chips on them. Okay, there's a big difference. All right, dude. Like, fucking Christ, man. It's just like such a snot. He literally gives like snot-nosed fucking loser that was bullied in school. And instead of dealing with those problems productively, he just decided to debate a bunch of OnlyFans women saying they deserve to get raped and that men should enslave them, basically, and that they don't deserve a right to vote. By the way, he said stuff like this, by the way. Andrew Wilson thinks that women do not have a right to vote, or that they shouldn't have a right to vote.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion, and I'm just going to throw it right back at you, because
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it, and that's what I'm demonstrating, is that you permit yourself to do it, and then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah, so in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase?
Well, but I don't understand. The tweet that you put out it would suggest that by itself is enough evidence.
That's what I want to get to.
Yeah,
And
because
we have to keep in mind that Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens are operating based on all the available information. The same available information, mind you. It's just that Candace Owens, even if she may not be correct on it, is not only more confident with her, but she's actually makes a more compelling case than Andrew Wilson is, even though his job is supposed to be debating for why it's definitively Tyler Robinson that killed Charlie Kirk.
I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you
I'm
make
trying-
everybody, you
that's
call them
literally what I'm
conspiracy
trying to
theorists.
explain to you.
Okay.
No, it's not. He hasn't been doing that at all. He hasn't been trying to explain why it's Tyler Robinson at all. He's just been like playing weird semantics about small details. He hasn't actually proven why. He's like saying, oh, you have to humor me. That is Tyler Robinson. You haven't actually proved it.
So if you're asking for my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson, it's because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah,
top
I would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm
in
paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close
up?
to
Yeah,
it.
If
I
you
don't-
may
I
have it,
think
if you
that's
By the
can
right.
pull it up.
way, Twigs himself said that he
gonna
had
see me on the staircase?
he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on,
ahead. You're
hang on.
right.
So there's multiple reasons why it is that.
Yeah. Also, a little thing that I just found out, by the way, I think I just found out about this as well, is I thought that Tyler Robinson, I thought all this time, for the longest time, Tyler Robinson was dating a trans person because everybody was going with that, and I thought, oh, okay, maybe, like, I didn't feel a need to, like, fact check it because I thought maybe they are a trans person. If anything, that's all the more reason to talk about it. But I just want to play, like, a very quick clip here. I pulled up a video, and apparently on, like, the Zoom call or whatever program they had, it said Lauren something, so maybe they are a trans person. But according to their testimony, they said that they never actually talked about gender issues. But if they were dating, surely they, like, the conversation of gender issues would come up, surely, because it's probably a huge part of their relationship. So I don't know. Like, it just seemed a little, I just thought maybe they weren't actually a trans person. I don't fucking know anymore, man. Like, it's hard to believe, like, anything anymore these days online. So I'm not actually entirely sure if they're a trans person or not. I'm just not going to comment on that anymore because I don't know for sure if they actually are trans. Everybody was saying that they are trans, and I just took their word for it. But if they're not talking about gender issues, they might have just been, like, a gay couple or something. Whatever. I'm not going to comment on that right now. I don't have enough information on it.
I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the or
Well, he didn't tweet
texting.
it.
Texting
Yeah.
that's me in the staircase. I think that
I didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to...
Yeah, again, I don't actually know if Lance Twigs is or isn't a trans person anymore, so I don't know for sure.
Remind you that Lance is...
I would imagine that a lot of these, like, conservative content creators do call him a boy on purpose just because they're intentionally trying to be transphobic. They're doing it with transphobic intention, so the intent is still there regardless of whether or not Lance is or isn't trans, but I don't know for sure if Lance actually is trans. They could just be a gay couple. I don't know.
Statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means, like...
That happens, by the way, all the time in these
And
cases.
I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out.
That either.
Because they interviewed him on September 11th, and then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which, in my opinion, should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way, for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just text me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from
well,
the
I'm
time
just saying to you, like, I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also...
Yeah, again, fucking Andrew Wilson is, like, trying to find every opening that he can, because, like, Andrew Wilson looks really fucking terrible right now. He's been getting, like, absolutely fucking annihilated in this debate, and he's like, oof. He's, like, trying to find an opening to destroy Candace Owens, but it was, like, an actual... thing. I mean, it turns out Andrew Wilson was actually correct about one thing for once, and he didn't actually have to lie about it. Wow. Jeez, was that so hard, Andrew Wilson? Jesus fuck, man. Because he does that, like, almost all the other times he tries to debate. Regardless, yeah, I mean, I guess Candace Owens was wrong about one thing, I suppose. And I guess it's good that she... I mean, again, this is the difference between Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson, is that she's willing to call herself out if she gets something wrong. Like, she's willing to correct it and fact check it, and she's not afraid to be proven wrong on something, to my understanding. Andrew Wilson hates being seen as wrong, or hates being seen as, like, the guy losing the debate. He's an incredibly insecure person. And so he's going to find any opening to see, oh my god, Candace Owens is wrong on something? Oof. Damn, that's bad.
Bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying? It's not hearsay?
Statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony, and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in a recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his...
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. Mm-hmm. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
no,
so
you didn't say that. You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
the overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite scientific.
Sounds like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
It was. Yes, that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on that at all.
What are the things?
How many times did you, if you watch a preliminary hearing, it's like they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage. But I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing. And all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they...
I mean, yeah.
Into
kind of
witness statements and things of that nature.
I mean, we're talking about like actual evidence. This is going to be like kind of like the O.J. Simpson case where it's like, yeah, legally the court's determined, oh, he's not a murderer, but the court of public opinion knows he did that shit. We know that you are guilty of that shit. Whereas here, we, based on all the public information available, Tyler Robinson seemingly is the person that shot Charlie Kirk. I'm led to believe that. I think that there's no reason not to believe that Tyler Robinson didn't shoot Charlie Kirk. I think that he did. Am I maybe wrong about that? I guess we'll find out as time goes on. But I'm led to believe, based on all the public information, that it was Tyler Robinson that did it. Candace Owens does make some good cases for it. I don't agree with her stance on it, but she actually is telling Andrew Wilson where she's coming from. But Andrew Wilson is just failing to compute each and every single one of the arguments.
The reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage. Okay. But it's hearsay. So
even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
you
convincing.
can't consider another option that there could...
That literally is not what overwhelming means. He's just redefining the word because it's convenient for him.
Been another white guy wearing Converses on campus?
I swear to God, didn't literally, at the very beginning of this debate, fucking Andrew Wilson said that, like, overwhelming meant, like, This is how I feel about it being overwhelming. This is overwhelming. Overwhelming implies that everything points in the direction that this happened. That's the implication of overwhelming evidence. Whereas you just completely redefined. It's crazy that we're redefining the word convincing in a debate just because, like, that's like the only argument you feel like you can use against Candace Owens because you have nothing else on her.
Do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
It's not. It literally is not what overwhelming means.
And that's fair.
Because
I understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also that's just
But
crazy
these aren't
to me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that.
He's just backtracking on this. Again, now he's the one that's backtracking. He said Candace Owens was backtracking earlier, which maybe she was. I don't know. Could she have been backtracking? Maybe. But you're not actually... You're also backtracking heavily. You've backtracked a lot in this debate.
And your Twitter...
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right? What did you
and
find
this
to
is
be...
not an exhaustive list of all the things
well,
that
that's
I
not
find
what you said
convincing.
in the tweet. You can tweet longer, too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
Wait, so anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well,
even though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, is there something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me answer that question.
Yes,
okay,
that's what I
do you,
was saying,
okay, go ahead,
yes.
go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
would
also...
you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
If
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you
Yeah,
guys in the
let's
middle of it.
end
So what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, good stuff. Hey, listen, guys, we may not agree with any of the people that are being on here, but we got to watch all the ads, right? We're reacting to the video, we always watch the ads.
Right, you guys, for nearly 2,000 years, Christians have lived continuously in a small village just outside of Jerusalem called Taipei. They
Whoa.
remained through the Roman Empire, the Crusades, the Ottoman Empire, and countless changes of power. Today, that Christian presence is in serious danger. One father in the West Bank put it simply. He said, quote, "I don't want to leave. My family is buried here. My church is here." In Taipei, the church is more than a place of worship. It's a school, a medical clinic, a food distribution center, and a safe gathering place for families. When the church can no longer serve the community, families begin to leave, and a living Christian presence in the Holy Land begins to disappear. But you can help. Just $35 provides a full day of protection and support for vulnerable Christian families, and $83 a month can help sustain that protection throughout the month. I support the Vulnerable People Project because 93% of every donated dollar goes directly toward protecting vulnerable families and communities on the ground. If preserving a living Christian presence in the Holy Land matters to you, visit vulnerablepeopleproject.com. Again, that's vulnerablepeopleproject.com. All right, you guys, do you feel like you're working harder than ever but still falling behind every month? Between grocery prices, bills, and credit card debt growing, it can feel impossible to get ahead. Minimum payments aren't designed to get you out of debt. They're designed to actually keep you stuck. But PDS Debt can help. They can reduce up to half of what you owe on credit cards, personal loans, and medical bills, and it starts with a free 30-second assessment at pdsdebt.com/Candace.
I'll tell you one thing. I don't think I'm ever going to get into any credit card debt because, I try to pay that shit off as soon as possible. I don't think I'll ever get into any credit card debt. Maybe that might change later in life. I don't know. Maybe I'll find myself in a situation where that's easier said than done.
Stop juggling multiple payments and get one lower monthly payment. The savings begin the day that you complete the quick assessment. If you're carrying any balance on your credit cards, it's costing you money every single day. There's no minimum credit score that's required. PDS Debt is the top-rated company in the industry with thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating on the BBB. So get your free 30-second personalized assessment today at pdsdebt.com/Candace. Again, that's pdsdebt.com/Candace. I also want to tell you guys about the Wellness Company because by now you've probably heard that there is an explosive outbreak in the U.S. this summer. More than 18,000 confirmed and suspected cases of cyclosporiasis have now been nationwide, and Michigan health officials have confirmed the first 2 United States deaths associated with that outbreak. The CDC says the illness is caused by cyclospora, a microscopic parasite commonly spread through contaminated fresh produce. It can cause severe stomach cramps, nausea, fatigue, and other debilitating symptoms. If you get sick, the CDC recommends Bactrim. That's why the Wellness Company created the medical emergency kit with generic Bactrim plus 7 additional prescription medications to help treat more than 25 common illnesses and medical emergencies, all prescribed before you need them. Getting your kit is simple. You complete a secure online medical questionnaire. If it's approved by a licensed physician, your kit ships directly to your door. So don't wait until you're sick to wish that you were prepared. Visit
Wow, oh my god, Candace Owens is actually fucking using a healthcare sponsorship?
twc.
I'm kind of surprised that Candace Owens is actually using a healthcare sponsorship. You'd think for a conspiracy theorist that leans towards the right, she would try to advocate against it. I don't know. Like weirdly enough, this is like kind of a surprise to me.
/Candace and use code Candace at checkout to save up to $45 off plus free shipping. That's twc.health/Candace. Kits are available for United States residents only.
Okay, we're back. Fantastic.
Oh, I guess we didn't get any sponsorships from Andrew Wilson there.
I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI, for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button. It helps him grow his business. If you're watching...
I always forget that his show is called The Crucible.
Candace,
it's such an ominous name.
I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now.
Wow. Really gotta fucking flex those numbers. Oof.
Like to see that.
She is like 5 times his size, even more, like 10 times his size.
300, 400,000 number.
Maybe like even 15 times his size. Oh my gosh, that's a lot.
On there, click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's...
I don't think the mainstream media cares that much. I think the mainstream media... just, again, it doesn't care. I understand that he's a right-winger and he has to like push the conspiracy theory that the mainstream media is like trying to control every single narrative, but I don't think they care that you guys are having this conversation that much.
Best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation we were having.
Freedom of speech until you can terrorize black people on the streets, calling them the N-word, I guess.
Right? Okay. Let's stay there and then we'll...
To be fair, I don't know how far to the right this Patrick guy goes. I know he's conservative leaning, but I don't know how far to the right he actually goes. So I can't say for certain if he actually supports them or not, or supports Chud the Builder.
Go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay, that sounds fair. Okay, so yeah, I used basically 3 pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those 3 pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages.
How much you want to bet that during the break, Andrew Wilson was like constantly thinking of, oh my God, how can I get back at her? How can I get back at her? What's a good response? He's like constantly thinking it.
And the confessions, this is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp.
So you're basically saying law enforcement's right, basically. You're basically confirming what we already knew, that you're operating off of the information that law enforcement gave, which I am too, but why not just say that? You know what I mean? Like why not just say, yeah, we're operating off the information in the public narrative that's already being said? Like, I feel like, I don't know why you wouldn't just say that.
But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state, okay? So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off, and yes, you are allowed to have an intuition, you are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like, he wanted to get away with it, so he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also as a Helldivers
novelist.
player.
I don't know. I think gamers could also be knowledgeable on shit as well. I mean, there's a lot of games that take a lot of knowledge to understand some of the mythos. Like Silent Hill is one of them. you kind of have to be really smart and a bit of a nerd to understand the mythos of that game. I don't know. I mean, I guess she's like, Candace Owens is not much of a gamer. I think she was very close to having a strong point, but towards the end there, she kind of like started to have a bit of a weaker point there, and so I don't imagine Andrew Wilson is going to push her too hard on it, but maybe he will. I don't know.
He did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that, just first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see how
fastest.
that's intuition?
That is, I am. I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just.
I don't know. Candace Owens has been making a lot of good points, but I feel like this is going to be one of her weaker points, because I feel like people can be gamer. I mean, this is going to really stem from her lack of knowledge on gaming, which is fine, because Candace Owens admitted herself that she's not a gamer, so, like, that's fine. But, like, people can be gamers and still be knowledgeable and stuff. I mean, we see video essays on the mythos of video games and, like, their lore and stuff all the time. Like, people read literature. Like, Silent Hill as well is inspired by a lot of pieces of literature, and also Twin Peaks and other stuff. So, like, I think that doesn't really... I don't think that's a make or break for somebody not being a smart person, because I don't particularly see Tyler Robinson or any other person involved in Charlie Kirk's shooting as, like, a dumb person. Because clearly, if there is more going on behind the scenes, they're smart enough to not have it come out so quickly, you know?
Something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here, because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science.
Well, no. The science pointed to the fact that it was better to take the COVID vaccine than not to take it. Being skeptical of the COVID vaccine, being healthily skeptical, I'll say, wasn't the conspiracy theory. The conspiracy theory was saying that the COVID vaccine was not going to work at all, or that the COVID vaccine wasn't as it seemed. That was part of the conspiracy theory back then. I think it was okay to be skeptical of the COVID vaccine. I think it was okay to be like, yeah, are we sure that this is the right thing to do? Especially the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, which I'm pretty sure my brother was forced to take. God bless his soul. I think I took the, I think it was Moderna. I'm pretty sure I took Moderna. Yeah, I think that's the one that I took. Ultimately, it was better to get the COVID vaccine than not to get the COVID vaccine. The science literally proves it. But part of the conspiracy theory was that the COVID vaccines just didn't work at all, or that they weren't as they seemed.
Now, they tried to suppress it, that's true, but there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like this.
Kept telling us was
now,
I don't think that's true at all. What?
Talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm
pretty sure the science says the exact opposite of what Andrew Wilson just said. I mean, again, Andrew Wilson is a very dishonest person, and we know that Andrew Wilson is a very dishonest person, so it's hard to take his word for anything.
A different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it.
Yeah, well, I mean, Andrew Wilson's intuition says that women should be thankful that men do not rape them. So, I mean, I guess trusting your intuition on everything is not so great. My intuition tells me that Andrew Wilson has rapist energy because he has a lot of rapist takes, so... I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm going to trust my intuition there, but really, I guess technically what Andrew Wilson said there was true, but it's very ironic when he says it because, again, his intuition gives him a lot of rapist takes.
Decide. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Like, you switch it up. I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
kind
parts compelling. I think this should go.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind of.
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect, but I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay, well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition.
Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, sorry. I had to pause the video there because my fucking insurance company called about some dumb bullshit that I had to settle, and it took about maybe like 20 minutes to actually settle it. Really annoying that I had to pause the recording in the middle of that, so But we're good now. Hopefully hopefully all is well, and I can keep this reaction going.
But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, just a general intuition that might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages, and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of the discovery request, is it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial, and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault.
I mean, it's true. The FBI is not particularly reliable right now. I mean, fucking Kash Patel is running it, and the only reason Kash Patel is the director of the FBI is because he said good things about Donald Trump. So, like, a lot of people criticize him, myself included, for not being qualified for being director of the FBI.
Made that clear.
It's a fucking clown world that we live in America right now.
During that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from. Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes.
What the fuck? What does that even mean?
It was actually him. He was holding his phone, and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with
Damn, Candace Owens watches The Wire, confirmed.
it. And
Pandemic!
I was hoping never to tell you until old age, and then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide, and okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in the surveillance footage, and I'm here, and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids. And you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. None of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that
That's interesting.
They started thinking.
The right's never violent, guys.
That the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought, and
how do you know any of that?
You gotta watch.
Guys, the right's peaceful.
Watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
You find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing is
did.
a cool story.
It's not cool. Well, you must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story. You're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong on?
So what is just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
You said there's the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean, that's
confronted
part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through in fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but I do, we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating on the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone.
Yeah, like I said, Candace Owens, you know, you might not like Candace Owens. You might not think Candace Owens is correct in her conspiracy theories. But she knows the facts to back it up. She at least, I don't know, she's pretty convincing. I gotta say, like, I'm almost sold on her conspiracy theories. I gotta be honest with you. I'm actually almost sold on some of the conspiracies that she's actually pushing here. Because she actually does have some facts to back it up. Like, it is plausible.
You can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So
like, I don't really like Candace Owens. I don't particularly think a lot of the stuff that she has pushed on her show is good. But she's kind of got some good points here. And like I said, she did her homework for this debate. Like, Andrew Wilson has been getting absolutely fucking dog-walked this debate.
Didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews. But also, the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning. I think got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people, and here's the information that we got. Right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though. Why
it
wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
it's not correcting.
misinformation?
It doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the you said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially.
Well, again, yeah, Andrew Wilson is operating on the overall narrative that everybody's running on. He basically, like, earlier in this debate, Andrew Wilson said, he basically unironically made the argument that, oh, Tyler Robinson did the murder of Charlie Kirk because the police said it, and that's what the public narrative is. Yeah, that's basically, like, what Andrew Wilson is saying, and based on the evidence he has available, that's his argument. He's probably going to find some way to debate pervert his way out of it, and then he's going to be very pedantic about certain things. But yeah, that's basically what he is, that's basically overall what he is, his point. But now he's, like, pretending like he's not doing that. I don't know. It's just fucking weird. It's going to be for some weird debate molester reason that he's going to come up with.
I think you agree with was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was
Damn, Candace Owens got something against undercover cops.
Because he lives nearby, and he was also his Boy Scout
leader. How does
leader.
this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you have the evidence,
I'm going to address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never
well,
happened.
you're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson.
No, I mean if you're going with the public narrative, that is basically what the public narrative is. So I'm not really sure what the fuck Andrew Wilson is talking about here.
And said that his kid was, did you say involved? I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about it.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back and then just go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that.
Thing not in dispute. These are all things that I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer.
Yeah.
So
we never do. I mean, ultimately, Andrew Wilson is like backtracks constantly. We never get to the thing that you're actually disputing because you're trying to find an opening to, like, all this really is Andrew Wilson is just trying to find an opening that he can constantly pin Candace Owens down on, because he looks fucking terrible in this debate right now, and you're never actually going to pin Andrew Wilson down on anything because he's going to keep backtracking. That's all it is. That's all it is. Andrew Wilson is a fucking weasel when it comes to debates. That's it. That's really all it is. And Candace Owens is not playing this debate molester game with Andrew Wilson, so, like, honestly, shout out to her for seeing right through his bullshit.
Coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that, and she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't you
discovery on
think
the
that
messages.
would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the,
they just
let's
could
get
be
to
somebody
parents,
else.
the parents fact check. That
Yeah,
was
so
the
I
other
was
one,
saying,
right?
I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's
here?
mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a
Is
little
this
bit?
the charging
I
doc?
can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that...
Hold on, wait. Why'd you skip the first... I don't understand. Why'd you skip the first paragraph? Robinson's mother explained over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and had to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. Whoa! Radicalization. Whoa! Believing that gay and trans people deserve rights. Whoa. She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male who was transitioning genders. Again, I don't know entirely if that's true. Like, a lot of, like, Lance, that Lance person or whatever, I forget their name already. But basically, Lance, they said that they never discussed gender issues, which doesn't make sense, because if you're dating a trans person, you would at the very least talk about gender issues, or at least the conversation would come up at some point in your relationship. I just don't buy that for a second. That doesn't make any sense to me. That if you're dating a trans person, but then trans issues never come up, or that, like, gender issues never come up, I don't know. I just don't buy that. That doesn't sound right to me. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who have very different political views. In one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU, which Robin said was a stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate.
Police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result,
Not really sure why Andrew Wilson skipped that paragraph.
Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes, so this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah, so what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring...
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off...
That's the question
First
I've
off,
been
the
asking.
parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But they're
forever.
playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to...
No, Andrew Wilson's being an idiot here. He's actually being really stupid here. It's Andrew Wilson right here is just demonstrating that he doesn't understand legal strategy. Tyler Robinson could get the death penalty. Like, that's what's at stake here. So, of course, the family is not going to say anything. Of course, the legal strategy here is going to be to just keep your mouth shut and don't say anything. That's what they've been doing. And honestly, it's a pretty good legal strategy, is to just shut the fuck up and don't say anything. Like, that's literally all you can do legally. Andrew Wilson is somebody who can't shut the fuck up. So it's understandable that he is stupid to have this fucking take. He doesn't understand legal strategy here. Like, Andrew Wilson is so terminally online that he feels the need to respond to every little bit of criticism on him. I see him sometimes in my Twitter feed. He's just fucking arguing with people sometimes. He's just, like, getting into Twitter arguments constantly. Andrew Wilson, of course, him being a terminally online Twitter fuck, is just... Of course he's going to have this take.
Address that.
They're
'Cause
saying to
I don't-
someone
I-
else
I
who's
don't
your
think- I don't
source,
think
but
it's-
won't go publicly tell the media
yes.
this is not true?
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who was involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, and there's so many things I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am
You're an idiot. Again, Andrew Wilson doesn't understand legal strategy here. What the fuck is he talking about?
telling you that if you would
What a dumb idiot fucking perspective.
find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media. And,
Oh,
and speak.
this
No, Andrew Wilson is just really stupid. He's a dumb idiot here. This just proves it. He's an idiot.
Especially when your son
if I thought that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no."
Yeah, because you're both stupid. You both deserve each other. You're both dumb idiots. I don't know what to tell you.
Possible that never happened. These people are lying through their teeth.
Yeah, because you guys are stupid. You guys don't understand that Tyler Robinson's life is at stake here. And you don't understand that the strategy is to keep him alive. So if they want to do that, they have to shut up. You guys don't understand that.
They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah, again, you're dumb. So I would expect you to have this take, because you're dumb.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see
But
what would happen.
if you have a source,
I'm not,
it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell, and Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
Based
saying,
on the statements of the,
well, it's him
parents.
saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to see the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence, and I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good
side.
time for the defense to say that's just totally
No,
fabricated.
it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to
That's not the text messages.
the probative information,
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text
they
messages.
never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented.
Oh my god, Andrew Wilson. Dude, I know I keep fucking, beating a dead horse with him sweating, but he is sweating so fucking hard, man. He was not prepared to debate Candace Owens. He was not prepared for it at all. He is sweating beads here. Look at this guy. Look at this man's. He's fucking sweating. Dude, again, at the beginning of the debate, hold on. I have to show you guys this just for perspective. Yeah, look at this guy. This is the beginning of the debate, right? Andrew Wilson, his skin's not red. He's not sweating at all. He's just he looks fairly normal, I would say. This is 5 minutes into the debate. 5 minutes, 48 seconds into the debate. Look at him now. Dude, he is sweating. He looks like he is stressed. Over an hour later into this debate, he looks fucking terrified. Oh my god.
To this, yeah?
No.
They could have said they're
No,
they're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
Yeah.
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's
I'm asking,
evidence.
are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say.
If there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for
I
that.
disagree.
Because... Oh my god.
I think
It's
that
not
they,
disagreement,
I think that
you're-
they not only could do it, but
I don't know if Andrew Wilson... I'm going to explain to you. I don't think Andrew Wilson loves his kids. And first of all, I'm going to explain why. First of all, they're not his kids. They're kids from other baby daddies that his baby mama wife was sleeping with, right? So that's first and foremost. Second of all, Andrew Wilson doesn't understand that Tyler Robinson's life is at stake here. And that he could get the death penalty if he says anything incorrect or if they lose this case. So the legal strategy is to not say anything. Again, Andrew Wilson fundamentally does not understand legal strategy here. And that's why Tyler Robinson is choosing not to say anything in a court of law. That's what makes sense.
they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So what,
No, I don't think you're telling the truth here. I don't think Andrew Wilson consulted an attorney at all. I think he's just lying here. There's no way an attorney would instruct you to say anything if the death penalty was on the line. He's just lying here. I think he's lying.
in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth with the trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though, as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of
yeah,
these
but
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking why you're saying, could they just
what
put
I'm
out-
asking specifically is like, who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible, this never happened, this is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope.
Well, they wouldn't, because again, the legal strategy is to shut the fuck up.
Gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say, maybe this...
He's conceding the point. Again, the reason why he's conceding the point is not because he's being nice or he's being generous to Candace Owens or being charitable to her. He's conceding because he knows he's fucked on this point. He knows he actually can't push Candace Owens on this point whatsoever. So he has to concede because he has no real argument on it.
was misconstrued, right? If there's a...
Again, Andrew Wilson is a charitable and nice guy? Pfft, okay, no way. I don't buy it for a second. You just don't have anything to say.
There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a
That's the
second.
reason we're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right.
I mean, I don't know. Andrew Wilson, your job is supposed to prove why Tyler Robinson did do it. Again, you're not even fully confident in your own claims. Again, that's why isn't that the whole reason why you paid $300,000 to debate Candace Owens?
That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
But thus far, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why?
Well, again, that's not what overwhelming is. Again, you're redefining the word overwhelming because it's convenient for you. Overwhelming means everything in the direction points to this conclusion. Right? Overwhelming evidence is not what you believe in. That's not what the word overwhelming means.
Why are you so upset when people...
Again, he's redefining words because it's convenient for him in the moment.
Will say they don't find it
if
convincing.
That was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems, there's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to, nobody would have a problem, actually. Least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position...
Discord calls?
...has always been clear. Of course conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others. But I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet.
No, I think Andrew Wilson's kind of he's just talking. He's just talking to hear himself talk here. Andrew Wilson is pretending like he is not a conspiracy theorist, even though like he's trying to like sort of play both sides of the angle here. He's saying, "Oh, I am a conspiracy theorist." We both know that we can be conspiracy theorists, but he's also trying to pretend like he's not a conspiracy theorist because he also wants to sound like the facts and logic guy to his audience, and that's the main reason why he's playing both sides here. He's trying to not seem like the conspiracy theory guy, even though Andrew and his audience are a bunch of conspiracy theorists as well. So I just think it's important to bring that context up.
We get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this. Like.
Oh, that's actually so fun. That's so funny. Oh my god.
Sure that you
Candace Owens is like, nah, dude, you're really not that fucking relevant. Andrew Wilson thinks he's more relevant than he actually is. No one takes Andrew Wilson. Like, Andrew Wilson is a lolcow.
escape.
Not even people on the right really take him that seriously, other than like Joe Rogan. But Joe Rogan is submissive to anybody who's on his podcast for the episode that's on. Like anytime somebody on his podcast makes a bunch of claims, even if they're fucking bogus, Joe Rogan's like, oh yeah, true, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Like Joe Rogan doesn't fucking push back on them at all. Like he's become so cuck-brained.
But beyond that, what I'm saying is that the state is allowed to use.
I didn't
this is
lecture
what my problem is. You guys are not like, yeah, you guys think while it's illegal. You actually, you can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally
I'll explain
false.
exactly how.
Actually, it's propositionally false.
It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we're making inferences, we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition, in fact. What we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right, sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of, I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16 Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up, like we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery documents.
Show cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah,
there.
I understand.
Okay, so that's
I'm even fine with it.
We all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage, and that was the whole point of that.
Because it's
preliminary to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
Right.
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the disagreements
also,
now would move into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because
first
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire
I
thing.
mean, I guess, I don't know. Maybe it's because Andrew Wilson believes in God. He believes in the magical apple curse. I mean, again, like, it's the same thing. Like, if you ask Andrew Wilson what his belief system is, he's not going to actually fully tell you because he knows it's somewhat bogus. He believes in religion. He believes in the magical apple curse. And there's not really anything factual about religion. Let's be fucking real for a second. again, if you believe in religion, that's totally fine. I hate dunking on... The problem about me is that, like, I don't like dunking on religion because it fucks over the good religious people. You know what I mean? Like, there are probably some good religious people who don't use God and weaponize the word of God at all. So, like, there are definitely some good religious people out there, and I'm not saying every single person that believes in religion is a horrific human being or that uses it, but unfortunately there are a lot of people out there that do weaponize religion against other people, and that's disgusting. Andrew Wilson is one of those people that weaponizes religion against other people. Just to be, like, 100% clear. He does. I think he has done it before on the Whatever podcast. I forget where specifically he did it, I'm going to be honest with you, but I know he definitely has.
About looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me, again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted to question you on these things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
because
problematic,
you've made
that
many,
you decide
many
that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else. And I do still want to hold you for going through, because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your...
and you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the
and
things
we
that
should
you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as well.
So, and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about. Not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote-unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when I explained to you that he had the most degraded prints was I don't know. Okay.
I would say that she has, at the very least. I mean, even if you don't, you could say you don't believe her, and that's fine. You could say, hey, like, I think you're full of shit. That's fine. But she has explained her thought process, and she has explained, like, her position very clearly to Andrew Wilson. And she's actually explained it to him multiple times, and he's just not satisfied with every answer that he gives her. Well, again, if you want to say that you don't believe Candace Owens or that she's full of shit, you could say that, and you can explain why you don't believe that. But to just say, oh, you haven't actually proved that, and then never elaborate on it, doesn't mean you suddenly have this big own on her.
Then there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's
you're conceding.
Nobody's going to dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure. I do doubt the state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think. You know, if you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry, Candace, question for you.
But I am sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question.
Nothing like some good old passive-aggressive attitude.
What?
Hey, listen, fucking Candace... I mean, Candace Owens is not an OnlyFans girl, Andrew. You thought this would be a walk in the park because all of your content strategy has been just debating a bunch of OnlyFans women that... let's be honest, might not be particularly educated on a lot of these political topics, but the only reason you debate them is because it's a promotion for their OnlyFans. And let's be real, they probably get paid to go on these podcasts as well. So they not only do they get paid, but it also drives traffic to their OnlyFans, and they get more subscribers for saying a bunch of dumb shit, and that's really all it is. I genuinely think, like, there is no better promotion for OnlyFans women than to go on a bunch of red pill podcasts and getting owned in debates, basically. That's really all it is. That's all Andrew Wilson's content strategy is. Candace Owens is not an OnlyFans woman. She is actually a woman who came to debate. She came to fucking debate. And you wanted a debate with Candace Owens, and you got a debate with her, and you're struggling. He is struggling.
Evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually, the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said,
Why do you think Lance is more suspicious? Do you think... I mean, I guess they perceive Lance as trans. Although, again, I don't know for sure if Lance is or isn't trans at this point, because they said they never talked about gender issues. So I'm a little bit skeptical on if Lance even is trans. But they think that Lance is trans. So I wonder if that plays a role into them thinking, oh my god, it's a trans shooter that must have done it. I wonder if that plays any role into it somehow.
Use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big, ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up, like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution saying it's not them and it's not the FBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things, because the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun, the FBI took initially the screwdriver, and then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was we know, it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names.
Whoa, is she a long descendant of Tom Baker from Doctor Who?
So she was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets...
That'd be crazy. How is Tom Baker doing nowadays? Is he still alive? Is that man still alive? Hold up. I'm actually curious now. I have to see if Tom Baker is still alive from Doctor Who. Tom Baker. Is he still alive? Oh my god, he is still alive. He's 92 years old. Holy shit, the man is fucking ancient.
Call.
Damn, legend. God bless.
On the 13th, and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's not like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence.
I don't know if that necessarily means that it is absurd. I mean, maybe they're just returning some belongings to Erica because, she is the now widow of Charlie Kirk. That's probably the more plausible explanation. And they probably didn't see it as sufficient evidence enough to determine anything else about Charlie Kirk's murder. Though, I mean, I don't know. For what it's worth, I guess it doesn't matter that much in the end because Erica Kirk does not seem that bothered that her husband died. I don't know.
When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. Is this like the craziest thing ever?
We're really diving into conspiracy territory now. Hey guys, the crucifix killed Charlie Kirk.
Common sense.
Maybe that's what happened. Maybe God finally. Maybe that is evidence that God exists. God is like, you know what? Fuck you. You're getting it in the neck, and that's what God decided to do. Sorry. I probably should chill out with some of these jokes. I think they're getting into territory that might be a little too edgy for YouTube. I don't know.
Immediately, and when
I will debate whether I cut that out of the video or not. I don't know.
you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVUs washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true, because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say?
Something, if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the
but
shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah.
One clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked,
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me. Andrew, what would it take to convince you that the oppositional is
Patsy.
true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right? And is being presented that I could go through and link all together.
I don't know, man. I mean, like, what is a conspiracy theory anymore? Genuinely, I think that's a very good question to ask, because I feel like the Epstein files in general are just proof that conspiracy theories are not far-fetched anymore. There is a whole conspiracy going on with Donald Trump being on Epstein fucking Island. You know what I mean? Like, on Epstein Island. And that is all true. Again, all the famous people, like fucking, what is it, David Copperfield, a magician, famous magician, he was on Epstein Island. Michael Jackson was on Epstein Island. All these people, like, this is all the more proof that conspiracy theories are, I don't know, they're not as far-fetched as we may think that they are.
Together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay,
just a good.
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard, and then of course I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next.
I think Andrew Wilson changed his mind a lot more than that. He changed his mind whenever it's convenient for him to win a debate. That's more when he changes his mind than anything.
few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done.
He's never consistent on anything. He's like not afraid to lie in the moment if it makes himself look good. Because again, Andrew Wilson has a fucking dialogue tree.
Tyler killed him. So you're saying yesterday.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here. That for
Without
you,
question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of
the government
course,
was
I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, you know, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and they what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away.
Isn't that a little ironic? Your entire audience believes in religion, and that is flooding the zone, and that is also filling in the gaps, basically, to explain what life is. Like, isn't that what you and your audience do all the time?
From legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what...
Are you sure about that? Are you sure your claims have to be defended? I don't know.
we're going to get to now, yeah?
I mean, this is the same guy who says that women should be thankful that men don't enslave them, you know, basically.
You want to get into it?
Or that if a woman gets sexually assaulted, is there a chance that she could enjoy the sexual assault? You know, shit like that.
Would you guys like to take an ad break
We'll
before
take
we
an
come
ad
back?
break.
Ad break, sure.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in Charlie Kirk
Perfect.
assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5-minute break, and we'll be back soon.
All right, we're going to watch some more ads, baby. And this is also a good time for me to take a shit. So I will be right back as well.
All right, you guys, you have probably seen all the buzz around red light therapy lately, but what's even more compelling are the
I don't think I have.
stories from people who say it completely changed their lives. One example starts with a woman named Natalia. She sat across from her medical team and got an ultimatum most of us will never have to hear. aggressive chemotherapy, steroids for life, or amputation.
Oh, geez. I don't know if I feel comfortable with that. Listen, just because we watch all the sponsorships does not mean that we agree with all the sponsorships, but nonetheless, we will watch them anyway.
5 years earlier, a plate of ceviche in Peru triggered heavy metal toxins and parasites that she never recovered from. 20 specialists and hundreds of thousands of dollars later, nobody addressed the cause, just the symptoms. With the support of medical journalist Jonathan Otto, she refused all three and went after the root cause instead, purging parasites, binding heavy metals, and restoring her gut health. Today, she runs, swims, and cycles on the same legs that she was told that she would lose. Right now, you can get the same holistic detox cleanse that she used, plus a Red Life therapy belt, completely free with every order. Not discounted, free. 120 LEDs, red and near infrared, working from the surface down to the gut and thyroid. Head to purgemyparasitesnow.com/Candace, buy your detox and gut renewal restoration bundle today, and get your free Red Life therapy belt, plus your in-depth protocol. That's purgemyparasitesnow.com/Candace. I also want to remind you guys about Pure Talk, because you do not have to overpay for your wireless network, not when Pure Talk comes in with the same service for a tiny fraction of the cost. And now, for the first time ever, Pure Talk is offering any plan at just $15 a month for your first 3 months. There's never been a better time to take Pure Talk for a test drive. It's fast, it's reliable, and you're going to love it. You can now get any Pure Talk plan, including their unlimited data plans and even their top-tier $65 plan for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. That's a savings of up to $150. I recommend making the switch today because this offer is extremely short-lived. Switch to Pure Talk and enjoy your first 3 months of talk, text, and data for just $15 a month. Head to puretalk.com/Owens to make the switch to Pure Talk. Again, that's puretalk.com/Owens to start saving today. And I have to remind you guys about American Financing, because everyday expenses keep climbing and high credit card interest is not making life any easier. If your budget is feeling squeezed lately, there's a smarter way to take back control. If you're a homeowner, your home equity is your best financial tool. American Financing can help you consolidate high interest credit card.
Wonder if Caleb Hammer knows about these sponsorships. Do you think Caleb Hammer would take these sponsorships on his show?
That's that you have some breathing room. Timing matters now more than ever. With a strong chance of an interest rate hike this September, waiting could cost you thousands, and with rates in the fives, there's no better time to find out how much you could be saving. So ditch those 20% interest rates by consolidating. You can slash your monthly obligations. In fact, American Financing borrowers save an average of $800 a month. Imagine what that kind of cash flow could do for your family. There are 0 upfront fees, and you may even delay up to 2 mortgage payments. To lock in your lower rate before September, call 800-795-1210. Again, that's 800-795-1210, or visit AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. That's AmericanFinancing.net/Owens.
Okay, so we're officially back. Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask him direct, and I think...
No, he likes to get his debate opponents in gotchas. We all know that that's his bullshit.
that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no, but as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer.
You're not clever at all, Andrew. He is not clever at all. He loves putting his debate opponents in gotchas. Dude, how stupid do you think people are?
So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. Mm-hmm. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
But you literally said that I want to be able to question you.
Well, this is a meta conversation.
Right,
We're having
but
a meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Like, let's use a word to use a word that you're saying. But this is what you're doing, right?
Okay.
So this part to me feels like a bit
So
of
am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you get
I
to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna
I
ask
said
you
if you
some
want to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
It's so funny. Candace Owens is not playing his game. Oh my god, Andrew Wilson is trying so hard to catch her in this like game of him looking better in the debate, but she is not buying it at all. This is so funny. This is so pathetic. From Andrew Wilson looks like a total fucking dumbass here. This is so fucking funny.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is a
gonna ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it?
No, it's not. There's nothing legitimate about anything you do, Andrew. You constantly change your positions whenever it is convenient for you. Oh my god. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, it's like,
Mr. I think that women should be thankful that men don't rape them.
I don't know what you're going to ask, and
I
I'm
know,
going to answer
and if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with
because
it,
I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
Just so we're clear. 'cause-
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
Because
the
you kept
question
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence, and now you're like, let's move away from the evidence. Let's talk about transcendentals.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA in the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on
So that
there.
would be no as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. Actually,
You can say that
Interesting, because Andrew Wilson is all Andrew Wilson is doing here is he's just trying to fish for an answer that he can pin her down on. That's basically all it is. He's trying to force Candace Owens into a dialogue tree, and Candace Owens is breaking the dialogue tree. Andrew Wilson cannot speak outside of his fucking dialogue tree. He just cannot do it. He has like a set script on his mind, and he obviously thought about these scripts during the ad break, and she's breaking the dialogue tree from Andrew Wilson. It's really frustrating him. It really is angering him every time somebody breaks the dialogue tree.
Certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or
you.
no, yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still.
no, it's not a
This
debate.
is
Now
inclined
this
to
is
your,
you saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit out.
Well, again, okay, so I think this is an interesting point that Candace Owens brought up here, because Candace Owens, you can have a conversation with her. Andrew Wilson is incapable of having conversations with people. He's incapable of it. There is a very huge difference between debating and having a conversation with somebody. Debating somebody, regardless of whether or not you are or aren't right, you're just looking to win the conversation in the moment and for a slam dunk in the moment, even if you're not like actually correct in the moment. You're looking to win the conversation, basically. Having a conversation with somebody is two people can talk like mature adults. I'll see your perspective, you'll see my perspective, you'll see where we're coming from. You're not trying to look for any sort of gotcha. Whereas debates, you are constantly looking for gotchas. Andrew Wilson is completely incapable of having a conversation with people, just fundamentally.
Outside of the evidence, I actually already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the,
conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French,
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to
Mm-hmm.
the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me
Mm-hmm.
by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds, and then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want to make sure.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
and that's
He is trying to trap her, by the way. He consistently has tried to trap her in answers, and she has broken the dialogue tree each time. It's another one of Andrew Wilson's pathetic attempts at trying to trap her and basically lead her into a false sense of security. It's really pathetic, to be honest.
I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim, so we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported
I'm
exactly
not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said. Yeah, go ahead.
Now you have.
No, it is interesting because Andrew Wilson was hired by TPUSA, and he's basically, I wonder if Andrew Wilson is trying to get Candace Owens to spill some beans that could get her into any like legal trouble with TPUSA. That is actually a very interesting point. I do wonder if that is the case.
Stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give me?
Yes, we can pull up the clip.
Can
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved? Mm-hmm. Okay, where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was
Transfer.
fired
Oh my fucking god, Jesus Christ.
up about politics, which Lance
We love transferees, by the way.
testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues.
I don't know about that one, Candace Owens. This is the same conversation of like, oh, should you buy Starbucks even though they send money to Israel and they're on the BDS list? It's the same logic where it's like in the real world, most people don't really care that much about it, to be honest with you. Like, people are still going to buy these businesses. They'll boycott it for like maybe a week or two and then they'll just go back to buying them. I don't know. It's like, whatever. And also, a lot of our tax dollars go to fighting Israel anyways. There's not really much you can do to avoid it anyway. Like, I don't really think you're making that much of a difference by boycotting Starbucks or boycotting all these businesses that might be on the BDS list. Or Chick-fil-A. In the case of Chick-fil-A, which is owned by Christian people who are against LGBTQ groups. So, I don't know. I mean, like, a lot of people do be liking Chick-fil-A. I think it's fine. I don't think it's like there's anything too special about it. I would eat at Chick-fil-A, but it's not, I'm not going there for like a special experience. It's just fine. You know what I mean? I see Chick-fil-A as like a very average place overall, basically. So who knows? Maybe they just went to get some chicken or whatever. Maybe they went to get some shakes. I don't know.
Because, you know.
Bit of a stretch on your part, Candace Owens. I don't know.
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm asking is about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case,
dude, he's constantly again, this is how you know Andrew Wilson is sweating beads, and this is how you know he's fucking nervous, is when he has to constantly interrupt Candace Owens because he doesn't want to let her finish her point or actually make any of her points, because Andrew Wilson realizes at this point in the debate, he realizes Candace Owens is fucking competent enough to debate, and he just doesn't want to let her finish a point. That's how you know Andrew Wilson is like super fucking nervous and terrified of Candace Owens.
Establishing a motive. And again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because, truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then, other than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after, coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's
pulled.
no positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, positive evidence would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences, which would
what
point
we've said is on our show is what we've said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So.
Do you have any evidence that...
it's interesting because Andrew Wilson is supposed to like pretend to be the facts and logic guy behind these things. Like, conspiracy theories a lot of times can be based on feelings. Andrew Wilson himself is a conspiracy theorist. He pretends not to be, but he is a conspiracy theorist. Andrew Wilson's supposed to be more of the facts and logic guy compared to Candace Owens, and Candace Owens has been bringing out more facts and logic than Andrew Wilson has. I think it's kind of funny, to be honest with you, because Andrew Wilson's been getting absolutely fucking dog-walked this debate.
Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk, so how...
Wait, whoa. I might have paused on some really spicy shit here. Hold on.
Him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So.
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk, so how...
Oh, I see what you're trying to do. Andrew Wilson works for TPUSA. Okay. I see the strategy here. Andrew Wilson is trying to get Candace Owens to spill... I was correct. Andrew Wilson is trying to get Candace Owens to spill the beans on shit. And basically, he's trying to get Candace Owens in a situation where she is, where she'll say something that gets her in a potential defamation lawsuit or any other lawsuit by TPUSA that'll fuck her over. And I think for legal reasons, Candace Owens absolutely should not answer this question. It would be, I think she knows that. I don't think Candace Owens is stupid enough to answer this question. I think she knows this.
Could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is. Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved?
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think they're involvement.
So
if they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So right here, an open letter to Erica Kirk on the Candace Owens show.
Via who? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence you think that
I think Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm.
Again,
I'm curious to know the context leading up to that clip because it's very interesting they had to start at that point in particular. Again, we know Andrew Wilson and probably his audience by association are not the most honest crowd.
this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you don't
United
have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that,
okay.
right?
Liz, can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right
think,
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're making
positive
a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So,
nobody's disputing whether or not
yeah,
Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is if you have
what's your issue then? What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said
I did say
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
that's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just
confidence.
going to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking if you think that
it's just more debate pervert shit. That's all this is. It's just more like yapping. He just likes to hear himself yap, so it's just more debate pervert shit. That's all you really need to know. He's so fucking boring, dude.
Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with evidence.
I actually don't have to.
Well, again, by your own logic, I could spin that with you. When you said earlier in this interview or earlier in this video, you said you did it with overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, even though you are not fully confident in your own claim. If you say something has overwhelming evidence, it is almost without a shadow of a doubt Tyler Robinson. You said you were 75 to 85% confident. There is still lingering doubt within your claim. So with your if you want to fucking argue semantics, Andrew, I can argue semantics with you right back. Just saying. With your own logic.
Walk you through.
Again, it's inconvenient for him. That's all it is. Anything Andrew Wilson does, he's allowed to change whatever rules he wants, and then the moment Candace Owens does something he doesn't like, he can change the rules for her, and that they don't apply for her as well. That's all it is. That's all this is. Once you actually break down Andrew Wilson's arguments, he's very inconsistent on everything that he says.
I think. I can give you something that I
Because again, Andrew Wilson is a very inauthentic person.
think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm allowed to think that.
They're pertinent to this debate.
I think that's the real reason Andrew Wilson wanted to come on this debate, is he's trying to get Candace Owens to spill beans about TPUSA that could get her into a fucking lawsuit. I actually legitimately think that's the real reason Andrew Wilson wanted this debate. That's why he spent $300,000 just to get absolutely fucking dog-walked and humiliated by Candace Owens.
It's not exactly pertinent to this debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's content?
Feel free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me why are you allowed to think.
I'm not structuring how you're allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice. I
to
just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies.
just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want.
Well,
Nobody's
I said
disputing that.
It
I'm
seems
asking-
like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't-
Israel and
No, no, she doesn't need. She's already explained it.
France were involved
Whatever your debate is, like literally just no.
in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
It's not. It was okay. Charlie Kirk's assassination was not traumatic. All right, I don't know what to tell you. It wasn't traumatic. All right, it was a thing that happened. All right, it was something that happened, and I get it. Like, I would say the first day or even first week that Charlie Kirk got assassinated, it was shocking. It was unexpected. I get it. It was very, you never expect something like that to happen. It was shocking. I myself was shocked by it as well, and I'm not advocating that you should shoot Charlie Kirk, but after a week of it occurring, people are just like, oh yeah, that's just a thing that happened. And now there's memes about it. And now, like, Kirkification memes exist. Like, no one really actually gives a fuck. Not even conservatives care that Charlie Kirk died. All Charlie Kirk is just a human shield that conservatives get to use to weaponize to say the left is violent. That's all it is. They don't actually care that Charlie Kirk died. Donald Trump was asked about Charlie Kirk's death, and then he was like, oh yeah, you know, my ballroom is coming along pretty nicely. My ballroom, hey, Charlie Kirk's death happening. Oh yeah, no, ballroom. And also, don't talk about Epstein as well. Don't talk about Jeffrey Epstein and the fact that I raped kids on a remote island as well. Don't talk about that either. And then fucking Erica Kirk was taking advantage of her husband's death by going on all these fucking tours and for TPUSA and just being an opportunist about it. I don't really think Charlie Kirk's death was that traumatic, just to be clear.
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
It's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
So there's good reason to
it's not
doubt
a conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you- well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I'm sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it, if
I'm
I'm
not
allowed
trying to
say
regulate
it.
anything. I'm
Well,
asking very
you're
pertinent
sounding a bit
questions.
like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound very
can't say, I
defensive
think.
and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You-
times.
I think it's fine for Candace Owens to be defensive as long as everything she is saying is like she backs up everything that she is saying. At the very least, she is backing up everything that she is saying. And I think she also has a right to be defensive against Andrew Wilson, the guy who says that women should be thankful men don't rape her. I think Candace Owens probably gets really bad vibes about Andrew Wilson. And the vibes and her intuition is probably telling her the right things. Because, again, Andrew Wilson is probably a guy that does not respect women's boundaries. If you say that women should be thankful that men don't rape them, that is a take that only a rapist would want to say. That's a take you would only want to give if you want to rape women. I don't know what else to tell you. Andrew Wilson has rapist energy. I say that with full confidence. I don't really care. Andrew Wilson has constantly compared things to rape and incest because he's probably thinking about it constantly. He also says if a woman gets sexually assaulted, is there a chance that that woman could enjoy the sexual assault? He also thinks that women don't have a right to vote. So, and also if you're poor, that you shouldn't have a right to vote. Like, Andrew Wilson is a pretty abysmal human being. He also hasn't had a cigarette in a while. Yeah, that's also probably why he's crashing out, is because he hasn't been able to have a cigarette in a hot minute.
just didn't say it in the way that you wanted me to say
You just kind of
it.
obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to actually
let's just go
focus
through every
on
clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty. I think with full competence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip.
Oh, of course, yeah. Andrew Wilson's trying to find a gotcha on Candace Owens. Absolutely, 100%.
Have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
it is
yeah.
that you guys have prepared. So
But I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk,
I think in
and
the
you
end,
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So
higher
if you
up
need
tell you
if
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French.
Again, Candace Owens, I think, is explaining herself well. Andrew Wilson can say, I don't agree with you. I don't think you've given sufficient enough evidence. I don't agree with the fact that you've given me satisfying enough evidence or told me satisfying enough evidence. You know, Andrew Wilson can say that if he wants to. But at the end of the day, he's really doing is he's just trying to he's just fishing for an answer that he can pin her down on and put her in a dialogue tree for. That's been Andrew Wilson's entire strategy. Andrew Wilson cannot operate outside of the dialogue tree, and this debate proves it. He is so locked in on his fucking Oblivion dialogue tree that he cannot. He is literally an NPC from Oblivion. He cannot fucking operate outside of the dialogue tree in this debate, and it shows. This entire debate shows that.
Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No.
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from somebody?
And I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office too. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I said.
So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that, I mean, it was a lot of information, but
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much
And
information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, that's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because
It's their sex position, gamers.
so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you,
Trump's office, Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk, so he has that. There's no.
and if you do say that and they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here. Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources are?
Yes,
Okay. I mean,
it seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like
I'm not. Never
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source that she's
probably
willing
didn't think
to
it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and had a
don't-
relationship
Wait,
with Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then,
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to? Even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they?
No,
They
how
didn't
could
come
they if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information. 'Cause
And
it was a
by the way,
long
thi-
file.
Yeah.
This is a separate. This
Did
has
you
got
send
nothing to
them
do
the
with
guy's
the debate.
name?
This is more on.
Well, I sent the email, assuming that's you saying like you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, hey, what's more information? We're investigating this, and that didn't happen, which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source
because
of
this
the
was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and then
executive
I'll come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following: if they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel.
Okay,
They were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised
And
they
I
haven't
think
called you.
Then I find that to be very strange
Very-
too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never
But-
made a report with the federal
but
Let
when
me
government.
you
ask one
did-
question.
but
Let
when
me
you
just ask
did
one
send
question.
it-
Let me just ask one
Okay.
question, and I'm going to bring it
Okay,
to you.
sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now. I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this.
I don't know. Again, I've always been like so iffy on this theory because Charlie Kirk loved Israel to a fault. Like he loved Israel so much to the point where he would actually justify what they were doing to Palestine. And I mean, obviously, with the whole, I'm not going to get into the whole Israel-Palestine conversation in this video, but like, some could say that October 7th, or the response to October 7th was justified at first, where they retaliated. But it's undeniable at this point that Israel's response to October 7th was so disproportionate that eventually people started asking questions. People were like, okay, what's really going on with the Israel-Palestine conflict? The fact that Israel does have illegal occupation on the West Bank, they're also oppressing Lebanon, and they're also indiscriminately attacking other Middle Eastern countries as well. And we're also getting involved in wars for Israel against Iran. So that too, like, again, we have to ask all these questions of, okay, what's really happening with Israel here. And I'm not trying to push any like anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, because obviously nobody likes anti-Semitic. I mean, I say nobody likes them, but unfortunately a lot of people do like anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. I'm not one of them. I'm not trying to push anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, but you do have to ask questions of what's really happening with Israel. I just don't foresee them being involved in the death of Charlie Kirk. That just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Again, Charlie Kirk had very, very positive feelings about Israel.
Has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police sheriff's offices that were departments that were involved that day all believe there was a conspiracy, down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
You're not allowed to have sources?
Well,
like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
Hang on, I have sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, but the problem is that Andrew Wilson, nobody takes you seriously. If you were to be put in this like weird hypothetical, nobody takes you seriously because you're a lolcow. Nobody actually fucking looks at you and goes, oh, this is a guy who has credible sources of information outside of people that need information drilled into their head. Because again, I don't think Andrew Wilson's audience is particularly very intelligent. I don't think that they can explore things outside of somebody telling information for them. So I don't foresee that being the case. So again, nobody takes you seriously. You're not credible. Whereas with Candace Owens, she actually has an audience and she has had credibility to at least back up some of what she is saying. Even if they are conspiracy theories, even if Candace Owens is crazy with some of the shit that she says, even if I don't personally like her, at the very least, she does have some level of sources that she can use to back up some of her claims. Whereas Andrew Wilson, nobody would take you seriously at all in your own hypothetical that you're giving. So, yeah, wow, I actually did answer Andrew Wilson's question there, and I feel like that's what fucking Candace Owens should say to him, but then again, he's such an irrelevant fuck that Candace Owens probably didn't know who he was until, like, he wanted to debate her.
You say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience.
I don't know, it just doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me that Israel would be involved in Charlie Kirk's death. If information comes out that Israel was involved in it, I'll gladly eat my fucking words and change my opinion on it, but it just does not make any sense to me. Charlie Kirk loved Israel to a fault. He was justifying what they were doing to Palestine, unless he decided to flip-flop his opinions. I mean, then again, Charlie Kirk is a grifter, so, like, grifters changing their opinions is definitely not the most unheard of thing ever.
It's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because I, like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, again, and also Andrew Wilson hasn't. Andrew Wilson is a very dishonest person. So again, nobody would take him seriously knowing that Andrew Wilson is a very dishonest weasel.
That would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that
legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of that?
What I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it, so let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying, is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying what?
Wait, I'm sorry. What? That was the fucking rebuttal you could come up with? Really? Questioners should get questioned? Isn't that why you're on this debate to begin with, Andrew? Isn't that why you're here to talk to Candace Owens to begin with? Like, I'm sorry, what?
Well, I mean,
What, did he think that he had some big fucking own on her by saying that? What? That's your job, Andrew. That's your job.
aren't most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like,
No,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions, so it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's why I
okay.
said
So I just
Andrew
want
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what, that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that
Could have sworn that fucking inferences or getting to that inference wasn't fucking, I could have sworn that he was, like, literally debating semantics about this earlier in this debate. And now suddenly, inferences are allowed.
he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't.
It's a good thing that Candace clocked that. I actually, like, I kind of sort of thought that as well.
You owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
Aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it.
I mean, I guess that's part of the reason why I'm taking more of a liking to Candace Owens, because she's causing more conservative infighting, which is always a good thing. I always laugh at the fucking conservative infighting that's happening. You know, you can't go wrong with a little bit of conservative infighting, and at least she actually has the balls to call out Trump and not be so fucking MAGA brain that she will defend Trump on literally everything that he does, regardless of how he does it.
On Candace all you want.
Well,
People love
you
to
know,
do that.
the thing is funny is
people
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
they're
zero.
PR. I'll be fair with you.
How ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I
Again, Candace Owens, for legal reasons, has no fucking reason to engage with this question whatsoever. Just say nothing.
that is on.
It's so obvious that Andrew Wilson is trying to get Candace Owens into a fucking lawsuit here. It's so obvious that that's what he's trying to do. Just don't even engage with this question. It's not worth it.
My podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
So
what does
using
that mean?
hypothetical,
Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack, as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a
Yeah,
second.
they ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. This is
What $100 million incentive?
what I'm saying is his organization. Like it had grown to, I think it was 100
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to back
Yeah,
up,
but
that's
what was
fine.
the-
Your
what-
team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
That's also just asking.
And so right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even
He is trying so hard to get Candace Owens into a lawsuit. He's trying so hard.
follow.
Also, it's very convenient that that clip is played like in the middle of it. I'm pretty sure that that's out of context.
How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she
And
did.
also, it wouldn't technically be a defamation lawsuit because it's Candace Owens' opinion, right? Like, she could argue in a court of law that it would be her opinion, or she would say, I think. I'm pretty sure that that's where that would stem more than anything.
She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't take implicit in death. You added those 2 words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come
Okay,
in
well,
the debate.
tell me,
So
what does
now
that
you're
mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do."
Yeah, that's really why Andrew Wilson is trying to push her on this point so hard, is because he is desperate to try to get her into a lawsuit with TPUSA. It's so obvious that's what Andrew Wilson is trying to do here.
Then
And Candace Owens knows it deep down. I don't think she's stupid enough to like fall for Andrew's games. Like that's exactly what he's trying to do here.
again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? This is why I did not engage in any Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms.
Yeah, well, she didn't seem particularly bothered that her husband was shot in the jugular. I don't know. To me, it just sounds like she's an opportunist.
And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. Again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why?
Well, I guess Megyn Kelly didn't wait to weigh in on Donald Trump with his involvement of Epstein. Megyn Kelly thinks that 15-year-olds are basically adults and that, it's not that bad if Trump rapes 15-year-olds. What a great human being Megyn Kelly is.
I express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How's she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes it,
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss. That's what
he's trying so hard. He's trying so hard to hammer her in on this lawsuit. She's trying so fucking hard. He is, sorry, not she. He is trying so hard to push Candace Owens on this point. It's not working, but he's trying.
What she believes, no. But that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Why?
Because we don't have infinite amounts of time. I'm guessing you probably don't want to watch.
Well, I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
Well, there's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, you go, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by. We can find that,
in
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, you know, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I, hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building a home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie. Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica...
Wait, she actually just... Hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, no. I was not ready for Candace to ult here. Wait a minute.
So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Oh, that is how you do a rebuttal. I don't think anything could have prepared Andrew Wilson for that rebuttal at all. Oof. Oh my God. How does her dick taste, Andrew? How's her non-existent dick taste? Oh my God. That is how you do a rebuttal. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, sure. So
that is, that's rough.
So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to...
Whoa, what a base guy.
Just say stuff. Who knew? So, and by the way, what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about...
I wasn't hostile towards him.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being...
Oh my God, it's tongue-in-cheek, guys. Guys, I'm so terminally online, guys. Oh my God.
Tongue-in-cheek.
Great rebuttal, Andrew. Guys, I'm not being hostile. I'm just terminally online. Great rebuttal.
Yeah, usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Like, for instance...
No, you're just being nasty. You're a nasty person, Andrew. Like, that fundamentally, that is who you are. You are just a nasty person. You're a horrible... That's why you think that women should be thankful that men don't rape them. It's why you think that women enjoy sexual assault sometimes. Oh, sometimes. There's a small chance. Sometimes they enjoy sexual assault. They get pleasure from it. That's also why you also think that women shouldn't be allowed to vote. That's also why you think that poor people shouldn't be allowed to vote. You're not a good person, Andrew. You're a horrible person. You also use religion as a justify. Like, I remember on the Joe Rogan podcast, like on one of the episodes, because for some fucking reason Joe Rogan decided to have this loser on twice. Andrew Wilson says that Christian nationalism is not that big of a deal. Like, even though Christian nationalism is like the source of a majority of political problems that we have in society.
You got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm not her biggest defender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led...
You didn't know her, but you thought that she was too stupid to fucking kill Charlie Kirk?
By a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into...
Whoa, what a base guy.
To the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that...
I got tech teams in Israel. It's like Andrew Tate. I got tech teams in Israel.
you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point
Well,
USA.
I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down, and then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened, just so that you understand.
Is it a coincidence that Andrew Wilson shares the same name with Andrew Tate, both people who are super pro-rape? Like, is that a coincidence? I'm not saying every single person named Andrew is a bad person. I mean, Andrew Callahan is, he's pretty good. I like him a lot.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay, and then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't
See, like, dumb shit like that is like, it makes you look like a fucking snot-nosed piece of shit, Andrew. It's like, I didn't sit down with her. I talked to her. If people thought sit down literally meant sit down, you would have to have a traumatic brain injury or something. That's not what she meant. Like, obviously what she was saying, like, hey, I went to sit down and have a conversation about the latest Marvel movie or whatever. Obviously, what people are going to interpret from that is, oh, you just had a conversation about the Marvel movie. I didn't literally sit down with her. Yeah, no shit, idiot. Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. You still talked with her. That's her main point. It's like, even like small pedantic details like that show that Andrew Wilson is just so desperate to catch her in a fucking gotcha. It's like, okay, yeah, no shit. They didn't literally sit down. Only stupid people would believe that, Andrew. Like, what? Again, he really thinks that this is a gotcha. He really thinks he's hammering her on this point.
sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Dude, okay. So fucking pedantic. It's so dumb.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
Oh, I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Wait, you asked TPUSA what you can and can't say before the debate begins? What the fuck? Oh, that's so bad. Oh, I bet Andrew Wilson heavily regrets saying that now, doesn't he? Oh, that's so bad.
I find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know where you...
True.
They don't.
Andrew Wilson is kind of a whore.
Have the courage.
Oh, wait, no, he's a Christian. He's too pure for that. Whoops.
To have the
No sex before marriage, guys. Except if you have a baby mama. And that baby mama has had 3 kids with 3 other baby daddies.
Conversation.
Like, I don't
if they
see
were
this.
just releasing something in good faith to answer questions,
do you have any
I've never
evidence
demanded.
of that claim?
It's not evidence.
No.
You're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public. That rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if
It's
you
talking
know
about terrible PR?
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like to take a look.
What is
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, I imagine you wanting to sweep for them also probably has something to do with them being more comfortable talking with you. That also probably plays a role into it.
I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going, Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half.
I mean, Andrew Wilson was probably paid to sweep for TPUSA as well. That's also probably part of it, is that there's like a huge money incentive. He can make up all that money that he lost in this fucking debate. He paid $300,000 just to fucking debate Candace Owens and then just to get utterly obliterated by her.
everything
Hang on.
you've ever
Have
said
you ever
about
been
Erica.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erica, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical
asking
about her.
you. But I'm asking you. Isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person.
And again, Andrew Wilson got paid to sweep for them. So yes, of course he would be a changed man because he's getting paid to actively sweep for TPUSA. That's probably part of it.
That has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about feminists. Well, yeah.
I debate against
against feminists
and red pillars.
Okay.
And
Yeah, he doesn't debate against red pillars in any meaningful way. Andrew Wilson's content strategy has always been going on the Whatever podcast to debate a bunch of OnlyFans women who are not particularly the most educated on a lot of the political topics or whatever topic they're debating about at hand, just to get slam dunks and have clips blow up of him, just to make him look like a good debater. But Andrew Wilson cannot act outside of his dialogue tree. He knows he can. Like, it's the same. It's basically like a more confined version of what Charlie Kirk did on college campuses. That's really all Andrew Wilson does. That's the entirety of his content strategy.
a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
I'm actually no.
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense. Why should we take the organization over?
No, it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
They don't have a parent. They don't have a
Oh, shit.
parent.
Bro, I will fucking, like, squeal of joy if Candace Owens brings up Andrew Wilson's wife and the baby mamas that he has. I will squeal in fucking joy if that's what he did. Bro, you know if she does that, Andrew Wilson will crash out. He will lose it. Any sort of function that Andrew Wilson has in his brain, which is not very much, but any sort of function that is existing will fucking fizzle away once that, Candace Owens brings that up. I hope she does. But then again, Andrew Wilson's so unimportant that I wouldn't blame Candace Owens if she didn't know who Andrew Wilson's wife was.
For the trauma, you don't go into the office.
You want to protect your husband's legacy, right?
No.
And you're trying to find some new normal.
The legacy is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
This is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you though to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that there. By the way,
she's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been, and I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way.
Weren't you, literally justifying what Israel... I don't understand what the fuck he's talking about. Wasn't Andrew Wilson... I could be wrong on this, but wasn't Andrew Wilson literally justifying what Israel was doing to Palestine? I'm not entirely sure what the fuck he's talking about when he's saying he's critical of pro-Zionist positions. That doesn't sound right to me.
I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization. Sure. And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not going to say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priority straight.
Okay.
I can't really argue with Candace Owens there, to be honest with you. I mean, again, Erica Kirk doesn't seem to be too focused on her kids, to be honest with you. Again, she doesn't seem too concerned that her husband died. She doesn't seem too concerned about her own kids and how they feel about their father dying. I don't know. Instead, Erica Kirk, instead of being a good mother, she decided to be an opportunist. I don't know. It definitely speaks volumes about her character, is all I'm going to say about that. I'm sure it will for many of you as well.
I understand.
Or it may not. I could be getting right-wingers that hate watch my videos. I do have a lot of right-wingers that hate watch my videos. They hate watch my videos, and then they, get all feelings-based about, and they call me, a soy boy liberal cuck or whatever, something like that. That's probably what they're going to say about me.
You can have those criticisms.
They can never prove me wrong, though.
Yeah. But I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so
but
let's
do you
let's
feel
get
like you got an answer to how it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So
Okay.
if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
and causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables.
Whoa.
They panicked. That's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay? They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have got.
I don't think any of these clips that Andrew Wilson's team is showing is going to push for any meaningful lawsuit. Again, like, all Candace Owens is saying is opinion. I think Candace Owens is not stupid enough to get herself in a defamation lawsuit, so she's very careful about what she says and how she says it. I don't really think that Andrew Wilson is actually, like... he's trying really hard to push for a fucking lawsuit. He really is trying. So, I decided to go to Andrew Wilson's Twitter. I'm only following TPUSA on Twitter just to see if they're following him. And if it says that TPUSA would be following Andrew Wilson, it would say it along the lines here. But not anyone followed by anyone you're following. TPUSA unfollowed Andrew Wilson on Twitter. They unfollowed him after this debate. That is rough. That is fucking... terrible. TPUSA unfollowed Andrew Wilson after this debate. Oof, that is so rough. Oh my god, Andrew Wilson paid $300,000 for this, by the way. I have to remind you guys, he paid $300,000 just to get utterly annihilated by TPUSA. That's fucking rough, man. Ouch. Ouch. Holy shit, dude.
On the phone with Terrell so quickly because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive, oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
That's a good question. Why do you keep playing clips out of context, Andrew? It's almost like you can't make a point without taking her out of context.
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
but
I didn't prepare the clips, but
yeah, I think
I didn't. But it's fine to ask it to back it up.
Like I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise, and I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they pull up random clips and they're like, "What's this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you know what it is.
I'm just trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too. What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times. And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw.
This is actually like the only, I would say that this is like the only decent point that Andrew Wilson has actually made in this debate. This is actually the only like decent point. But we'll see how Candace Owens clocks this.
Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was...
Rob O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience. Yeah. So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode, when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And
That's because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-6 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000.
Ooh, relying on Grok as our source now. I guess Andrew Wilson did, because I did briefly see on Twitter that Andrew Wilson was like looking on Twitter and he was like asking AI who won the debate, and AI said I won, which means therefore I won the debate. He was relying on Grok as a source, which is kind of funny and cute to look at.
Pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
you can fact check it. Fact check if bullets displace air.
Oh my God, that's so funny. Oh my God, Candace Owens did her homework. And yes, no, she is correct that this is a debate tactic Andrew Wilson uses. What he could be saying could be true. I'm not an expert on bullet velocity. I'm not an expert on any of the whole ballistics in regards to bullets. I would be the wrong person to ask, so I'm not going to pretend like I am going to say whether what Andrew Wilson is or isn't saying is true. That being said, though, Andrew Wilson has confidently lied on debates before. He is a very dishonest person, so Candace Owens clocking that part immediately and being skeptical of him immediately is probably, I'm going to err on the fact that that's probably the right move. Even if what Andrew Wilson is saying might be correct. I don't know. It might be.
Not about whether it displays air, it's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
A bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck.
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath
the shirt.
It starts up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it.
Where's politics gone? We're really debating about whether or not Charlie Kirk, what he was actually killed by. The direction of politics is... Bro, I remember a couple, many years ago, were we really debating this hard about whether or not someone was or wasn't killed? I don't know. I mean, not that conspiracy theories haven't existed before, but, the deepest parts of this debate, I don't know, man. It's crazy where politics has gone now. I don't know, man.
For TOS purposes,
exactly. I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K.
Here he goes again. When nothing else works, just go back to, hey, let's force Candace Owens into a dialogue tree where no answer is a good answer.
A footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shape charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For
Yeah, that's fine. That's fair.
for the purpose of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to
Oh, baby, another fucking ad break.
do so.
And good to see you, General Holt. A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. And it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but that you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
Yeah, maybe Andrew Wilson can give his opinion on this because he's supposed to be here's the thing, right? Andrew Wilson is the guy who lied about being a military sniper. So of all the people to ask, surely he would be the most credible, right? Surely, wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm saying he said he's shot people up close, and he's never seen a shirt move like that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But
aren't you a military sniper, Andrew? Can't you dispute this like thoroughly? Can't you actually dispute it? Oh, he can't actually dispute it because he lied about being a military sniper. He lied about that.
I play that video at full speed. I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? I mean, if I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's, if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you, people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be.
Yeah, I think Andrew Wilson was very quick to take that break normally because he has nothing he can push back Candace Owens on. He has nothing. He has no real answers he can give her.
Back for the last segment.
Mr. Military Sniper can't actually say anything good about his expertise on the topic of being a sniper.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
All right, you guys, I want to tell you about Ethos because life has a way of changing your priorities when you least expect it. One day you're focused on what's next for you. The next you're thinking about a home, a family, and how to build a future that feels secure. As your world grows, so does your perspective. That shift in mindset is what led me to make life insurance a priority. It's one of those things that's easy to put off, but having it in place gives me peace of mind, knowing that the people that I care about would have financial support if the unexpected ever happened. Getting covered today is simpler, faster, and more affordable than many people realize. That's why I love Ethos, because with Ethos, you can apply online in just minutes. No medical exams, no waiting rooms, just answer a few health questions, and you could be covered the very same day. Ethos has 4.9 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot with over 5,500 reviews. What really stands out to me is that Ethos helps match you with coverage that actually fits your life, your goals, and your budget. With up to $3 million in coverage and plans starting around $30 a month, protecting your family can feel a whole lot more doable. Peace of mind should not be complicated, so take 10 minutes to get covered today with life insurance through Ethos. Get your free quote at ethos.com/Candace. That's ethos.com/Candace. Application times and rates may vary. And I want to remind you guys about Tax Network USA because I know a lot of people owe back taxes. Maybe you have years of unfiled returns. Maybe you file every year and you still can't get ahead because the balance keeps growing. Or maybe you withdrew money from a 401k or IRA and suddenly got hit with a tax bill that you didn't expect. Whatever caused the problem, one thing is certain, the IRS penalties and interest keep adding up every single month. If you don't have a plan now, you could end up owing even more next tax season. Before the IRS starts sending more letters, garnishing wages, or freezing your bank account, call Tax Network USA. They've been helping taxpayers nationwide for more than 15 years, resolving back taxes, unfiled returns, and serious IRS problems. So whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, their team has resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. Right now, they're offering a free IRS investigative call to find out exactly what you owe and what options you have to fix it. So call 866-686-1651 or visit tnusa.com/Candace. Again, that's tnusa.com/Candace. I also want to tell you guys about Field of Greens because I am always looking past the headlines and asking one simple question: what is really in the product that I'm putting into my body?
I don't really have a lot I could say about these ads, you know? I mean, we still got to watch the ads because I respect content creators and people putting out ads of every video that we watch, but I just don't really have a lot of commentary I can give on them. I don't really have much I could say. I'm like, oh, that's cool, I guess.
Think about it. When you buy a steak or a bag of vegetables, you see nutrition facts label. When companies take fruits and vegetables and turn them into a formula, you'll often see a supplemental facts label instead. That makes you want to know more. Where do the ingredients come from? How are they processed? And can I trust what's actually inside? That's one reason I love Field of Greens, because their focus is on quality, transparency, and bringing together fruits and vegetables in a convenient daily formula. And it actually tastes good. Wild berry is my favorite, but strawberry lemonade is a popular choice as well. No complicated routine, just one.
I like strawberry lemonade. Guys, flavored lemonades, you know, I've worked at like hospitality places. I worked at one earlier this year, very briefly, just because I wasn't really a fan of the manager there. A little bit of an insight in my personal life. But, you know, we did like flavored lemonades, or we were experimenting with them. Strawberry lemonade's good. I mean, it sells. You know, it's a little bit overrated, slightly, but I could see why it sells. It is good. Lavender lemonade, pistachio lemonade, and peppermint lemonade are good choices, and matcha lemonade as well. Those are all very good choices. If you guys haven't tried those flavors, I think you're sleeping on those flavors. You might think pistachio lemonade, ugh, that doesn't sound good. You gotta try it. You gotta try it. It's actually, I tried pistachio lemonade. That might actually be my, like, one of my go-to flavors for lemonade, honestly. It's actually really good. You would be surprised. Just add a little bit of pistachio syrup to your lemonade. It tastes good.
1 scoop mixed with water. If you want to try it, use code Candace at checkout for 20% off your first order by visiting fieldofgreens.com. That's code Candace at fieldofgreens.com.
All right, fantastic. So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right, and then we can.
Dude, he looks so. I have to keep making this point known. Andrew Wilson looks so worn out. He just got so shit on this debate. Like, he absolutely got shit on this debate, and he knows it. He looks so worn out by the end of all of it.
New final.
We only have, like, what? How many minutes left? Like, what? 38 minutes left in this debate? He got so fucking annihilated.
Thoughts, I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So, the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me, the Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond to it.
Well, you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twigs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples. And then they started speaking about the gun and said, you know, multiple prints were found on them, and then they moved and they said Lance Twigs' DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun, so I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're going to make
conceded.
mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this, and I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twigs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I will say, what does stick out to me about this is that Candace Owens is willing to say when she's wrong about something. She's willing to admit fault to something and immediately correct it. Andrew Wilson can never admit fault to anything. He can never say he's wrong on anything. He has to either lie about it, misrepresent it, pretend he never said it, or he'll just, like, completely try to obfuscate from it entirely. Like, he just is, he's a totally dishonest weasel. Andrew Wilson can never make himself look bad at all, and I think part of it is an optics game to Andrew Wilson, because he wants to look like the facts and logic debater. He wants to look like a really good debater. Because, again, Andrew Wilson is not capable of having conversations with people. He is only capable of debating people. That's really all it comes down to. Andrew Wilson is a very weaselly person.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. like, all right,
Well,
Erica, you could just sit down with me, Erica, but we could do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
That's why
sure.
I'm bringing it up.
I still think it's so funny. Like, the fact that fucking Andrew Wilson pointed this out and Andrew Wilson was unfollowed by TPUSA after this debate is so hilarious to me. That is, like, again, Andrew Wilson got so shit on in this debate. And that nice little shitty cherry on top is the fact that TPUSA unfollowed Andrew Wilson after this debate. That is so fucking funny.
Jail, straight to jail. For questioning, at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
Straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay,
like, you know.
So do not pass go?
Yeah.
Do not collect $200?
Yes, it's obviously tongue-in-cheek, and then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned.
Damn, she remembers the context of all of her clips.
And
I'll say a lot of shit when I react to stuff on this YouTube channel, and I don't even remember every single bit of thing I say, because maybe I'm just not that invested. But Candace Owens has everything. Like, she just remembers everything. Like, she has a photographic memory. I almost admire it. I used to kind of be like that as a kid, have a photographic memory of the shit that I say, but I guess time goes on and it just hasn't been there. I don't know. A lot's happened in my life. It's a lot to remember. I don't know.
Don't believe that.
I could never have this good of a memory like Candace Owens does, I guess. So I'm impressed, personally. The fact that, like, every single moment that Andrew Wilson tries to take her out of context and anyone in his audience tries to take him out of context or take her out of context, she immediately is just, like, on it. She's just on it.
Hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually. That would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
sat
through.
Why do they...
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her. Yeah. But
why do they owe you that, though?
They don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, you know, the clips that you're pulling are from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever, unless you have another clip.
Say,
no, she never said that. She never implied that at all. Andrew Wilson is just assigning that narrative just to make Candace Owens seem more entitled than she actually is. Like, Andrew Wilson is just saying that. She never said that at all.
You need to be sat down for questioning.
Yeah, and this is just another one of Andrew Wilson's lies that he's trying to push on this show.
And you don't even know if they haven't been. That's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
So you're telling us you're an idiot. You work for TPUSA, and you don't even know if they have or haven't been in questioning at all? You're telling us that you're either A, an idiot, or B, you're just a puppet for them, which you kind of are a puppet for them. Not anymore, though. Again, TPUSA unfollowed Andrew Wilson. Got him.
Yeah, if your entire thing is
junk.
No, it's not junk. if the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not, what that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here, when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either.
I got it every time. Oh my god, that's like probably the best know you I think I've ever seen ever. She's just like, you don't know that either, buddy. How are you any better than I am? Good point.
So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air with nonsense. Because Turning Point's like, we want to make sure that you go in there and you defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job at that.
But I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though, is like...
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You absolutely are. You work for TPUSA and you're fucking being paid by them. You are absolutely trying to defend Erica Kirk. Also, you're trying to get Candace Owens into a fucking lawsuit. That's crazy. Nah, that's cap.
4 out of 5 of the clips that you had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very fair. We did not take out of context clips of Andrew to try to
expressly said that I was going to bring claims.
We did not. No.
Dude, he's so nervous. He's so nervous. He's still cutting her off. He's so nervous. You could just tell Andrew Wilson is so nervous.
When you said you were going to...
Bad day to be part of Andrew Wilson's audience, huh? The fucking illusion of him being this great debater is just totally shattered because he cannot operate outside of the fucking Oblivion NPC dialogue tree. He can't. It just won't compute to him.
Bring claims that
Your
you want me to
claims.
speak to. You didn't say, I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email.
Out of contexted, that's a new term.
Any clips that you want to share with us, send it over. Let's start a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
That's not really what happened.
Well, what didn't
Yeah,
happen?
the way that you're framing the exchange, that's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position? I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context this with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing, and I do think that you fell short of that.
There's nothing out of. Hang on.
And
There's
I
nothing
did not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding you
just
to
going to
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, we
Yeah.
were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
We're supposed to be dating. Whoa!
or not
case.
there was.
I don't think Andrew Wilson would approve of interracial marriages. I don't think Rachel Wilson would approve of that either.
overwhelming evidence.
I mean, actually, no, that's a lie. No, she had 3 kids with 3 different baby daddies. One of them was probably a black guy. That's probably what happened. That's my personal theory. That's my headcanon for what happened.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And we
said.
got through-
and like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I don't
perception
think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your turning points horse.
Oh,
I
so you
think
just-
quite a
you
few
just-
of them
Oh, yeah. For sure. He's the Trojan horse. Andrew Wilson is the Trojan horse for TPUSA.
were. Was there 3?
Although, even though he's not really that relevant. He also seemingly is not with them anymore because they unfollowed him on Twitter. That's fucking crazy.
Just made
Erica's
it up.
are 4.
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel like
It was 3.
3. Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims, which is why you're asking
Okay,
about them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility
Your
when I point
claims.
out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim, and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well,
He's so Oh my god, he's so I know you guys are probably annoyed at me bringing it up, and I sound like a broken record, but he looks so nervous. Oh, this is the thumbnail image. This absolutely has to be the thumbnail image, 100%. Oh, let's get a fucking thumbnail image of this. Oh, absolutely. Grab a thumbnail image of that. Be right back. That is so funny. That is just so fucking hilarious. Oh my gosh.
earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue-in-cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism
Okay.
of the claim. That's
Actually.
all I'm doing
I
here.
was interested, and
And I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you'd like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed
clip
be
they want
the
to play
whole
One
from
more,
7 days
okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
and
We were
then
getting
go
into
to
the
that.
Oh, great. What out of context clip did they got this time?
Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica, so.
100%.
This is absurd.
Okay. And this is the one you were saying from 7 days ago.
Dead air. Any minute now.
Okay, while they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're gonna hold to the actual contract itself.
the contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you
I've never said you
or
can't
have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond.
Well, no. What you're trying to do is earlier in this debate, you were trying to get her to say only yes or no to questions just so you could force her into a dialogue tree because you look fucking terrible in this debate. That's what you're trying to do, Andrew. You're a weaselly little fuck, Andrew. Like, I don't know what to tell you, but you're only willing to do that because you're losing the debate. There's no other explanation other than, holy fuck, you look terrible in this debate. You're sweating beads because you're fucking nervous that Candace Owens has her shit down. And she doesn't have to agree to be forced into this dialogue tree that you're trying to put her in.
To every question I've asked you. And by the way, the
Curious. I mean, the same guy who says women should be thankful men don't rape them. Wonder how that fucking translates into your interactions with women. You force them into a fucking dialogue tree where they're unable to say no. I don't know, Andrew. I don't know. No good answer is good enough at the hands of fucking Mr. Andrew Wilson. Mr. I think that women should be thankful men don't rape them.
other thing is like
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I will not ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or no?
He said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay, so you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
Dead air.
We need the
Your
Jeopardy
team
theme.
told me they had it, so
That's what I heard. Okay, there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't
Twiggs
hear this. My
has his
thing went off. Just tell me
DNA
when
on the
it's
towel.
it's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
I've said this
DNA
4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they
as
feel like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
No, you
but
also
Lance's
said, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned. I said to you when
She can read Andrew Wilson like a fucking book. He's not here to have a good faith discussion. Andrew Wilson came to debate. He's not here to have a conversation. Again, there is a difference between debating somebody and having a conversation with somebody. Having a conversation with somebody is a mature thing to do. I would say it's the more mature thing to do than having a debate with somebody. Having a debate with somebody is just trying to find gotchas and looking good in the moment, even if you have to lie to do it. It's not actually a good faith conversation. It's often, I would say, debate environments are often very immature. Andrew Wilson is somebody who didn't peak in high school, but he acts like he peaks in high school, or he peaked in high school. That's who I see him as. He's just a snot-nosed kid who is just the, well, actually guy, actually women should be enslaved by men.
I rewatched the testimony, I realized they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it.
Oh, and did I mention, by the way, Andrew Wilson says, according to the Bible, that there are some justifications for slavery and that there are some good things that slavery can do, according to the Bible? Because of course he would. He's a fucking Christian man, of course. Wow, a religious person justifying slavery. I color me shocked.
And that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read,
Did you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the...
Wait, no, you said you wanted to share. Oh, no, you weaselly little fuck. You said, dude, he's scared. You said you would do it at the very beginning. No, we're pulling it up. We're pulling up the clip. Yeah, Andrew, this is like 5 minutes into this debate, or like the preamble of this debate. Was this not you earlier? You looked so much more calm and composed here, by the way. I have to just bring that up.
In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first...
Today, I'll share them on my own. And then he goes back and says, I'm going to share them on my show. He's scared. He's scared. He promised he would deliver the messages today, and now he's completely acting like he never made this promise. He's scared. He's fucking terrified. Oh, that's so funny. Oh my god, he lost this debate so hard. Oof. This is a massive dent to Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson got so dog-walked in this debate. Oof.
So you're going to read it on my show but not show it?
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
He
show.
promised he would show it earlier in this debate, by the way. He promised he would, but now he's not going to because he's not confident enough in this debate to show it, clearly.
Can I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence, That's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't...
He's so he's terrified. That's the real reason. He's terrified. He has to fucking smile nervously. He's so scared. He's so fucking scared.
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah.
You said you would release it today because you're so confident in it, but you're not confident in it. Whatever's in there, Candace Owens completely contradicts it somehow. Whatever is in there.
That's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just if.
Oh, what? You in a rush to be somewhere, Andrew? You in a rush to be somewhere?
If I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones.
He can't even remember each charge! Dude, this is something you should know about before the debate. This is something you need to research before the debate. He can't even list the fucking charges specifically. Dude, he looks so bad.
We'll pull them up.
Oh my god, you can't even list the specific charges. You did no research on this, clearly. This guy got dog walked completely. Nobody can convince me otherwise. Andrew Wilson's fans have to be coping and seething so hard at this fucking clip. Oh my god, dude, you look so terrible.
Well, do you know any of the charges?
He doesn't. Dude, he looks so terrible here.
He's up for right now?
This is bad. This is bad. This is information you absolutely should have known about and done research on before this debate. Andrew Wilson didn't even look into that.
Yeah, of course. But I want to make sure that we
Yeah, of course.
have them listed.
Yeah, but like that's... Can
He
you
didn't look at them. He didn't look at them. He's just saying that. He didn't look at them.
name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the case.
it? That's the question? You're just not following it enough?
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should, like,
right.
Can you tell me one...
Dude, that is so funny. This might be, like, the most, like, weirdly enough, this might be, like, the most damning moment in the entire fucking debate, to be honest with you. I think that this is the funniest part.
And let's do the
Charge
counter.
that
You can really, yeah, this is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of
This is a great gotcha. It is a great gotcha. She got you good.
context,
Yeah.
put me in the hot seat, so please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name,
7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great.
This is so funny. I can't. This is fucking hilarious.
Now name all 7.
Oh my god. He looks so much. He's sweating so hard. Oh my god. That is so funny.
He doesn't even... This is like...
Name all 7.
And
Oh.
Can you name all 7?
I can't.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have
Name
to put
'em.
your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of you. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay,
And so
next.
just for people, no, don't. I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined,
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work,
Yeah.
and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. Got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want
away?
you to list the charges.
Yeah.
Dude, he's so scared. He's so funny. It's so funny. This is so funny. Dude, she is fucking destroying him.
I'm going to do that. You just don't.
Again, Candace Owens is not an OnlyFans girl, so it's not fresh meat for Andrew Wilson. Both figuratively and literally, because Andrew Wilson thinks that women should be thankful men don't rape them.
Time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list?
This really does self-report how truly stupid of a person Andrew Wilson is. He really thought he had this in the bag.
The 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually am
well, I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final,
the specific charges, though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those?
of justice, witness tampering.
Okay, wait, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you.
Dude, oh my god, he's so not sad. He's trying. Dude, it's not gonna work, Andrew. When will you learn that, like, trying to push Candace Owens into a strategy of trying to, like, catch her in a gotcha or catch her into a fucking dialogue tree is not gonna work? When will he learn? He's just going back to, you can't teach a dog new tricks. Is that how the phrase goes? Candace Owens sees right through the bullshit that you're trying to do. She sees right through this debate strategy.
Why?
She already told you that she sees right through it and that it's not gonna work, and you're still trying it.
No, just the charges and then 7?
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder.
She literally just explained to you the specifics of why that's not the same charge. She just explained it to you. What are you talking about?
That's the distinction. You just want to...
Dude, Andrew Wilson is so stupid. He's actually, like, such a dumb idiot person. He really looks bad here.
It's a massive
Got
difference.
it.
Like, you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets through the entire...
Dude, he's such an idiot. He's so dumb. Oh my god. He knows nothing about the law at all. He fucked up, like, he said what he would do during his legal strategy. He couldn't understand the legal strategy that the Robinson family was trying. He doesn't understand the difference between aggravated murder and actual murder. He's so dumb. He can't do it.
of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. Actually, if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty.
True. True. Fucking tell him, Candace Owens.
You would
honestly, I think, normally, like I said, I haven't liked Candace Owens. I think there's been some really egregious things she has said and stood for, to be honest with you. But this debate actually kind of made me like her more, to be honest with you. I actually, weirdly, have a bit of a soft spot for Candace Owens now after this debate. I'm not gonna lie. Seeing Andrew Wilson get utterly decimated and completely destroyed to the point where he's sweating and he hasn't had his fucking cigarette and he hasn't seen his baby mama, who has had 3 other baby daddies for a while. Dude, it brings a smile to my face. Andrew Wilson deserves every bit of this. He deserves also more, to be honest with you, but I don't know if I can elaborate on YouTube. I mean, he's such an abysmal, fucking horrific human being.
Like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up, just to confirm the 7 you went through.
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, 2 counts of obstructing justice, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony.
Can you guys zoom in a little bit for
aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7,
violent
I said offense in the presence of a minor.
Front of the shop.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, we're not... I swear to God, if Andrew Wilson decides to be pedantic about minor and child, I'm gonna fucking lose it.
So,
and knowing Andrew Wilson, he probably would. He probably would be pedantic about that because he's a religious guy that probably thinks that 15-year-olds or 16-year-olds are old enough. Because, again, there's no age of consent in the Bible. So Andrew Wilson probably would fucking be pedantic about this. How much do you want to bet he's going to be pedantic about that?
5-6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now,
are you going to do it?
I did notice something I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering. When you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not.
Wow.
I have not had one.
I don't think you're in any room to talk about this, Andrew Wilson, when you're the one that was going up to TPUSA and asking them what you should and shouldn't say in the debates for TPUSA. I don't think you're in any room to fucking talk about this criticism. Mr. I think women should be thankful men don't rape them.
Communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it. Because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
Do you want to see it?
I'm just curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking
full
at, I'm not
permission
gonna
to go
give
through my
names.
phone. I don't need to cheat.
So the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You're giving me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 311 to
Yes.
1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know their texts. Could have been telephone.
Okay, dude, shut up. Shut up. How do you know they're... Shut the fuck up. You lost, dude. You fucking lost this debate. Pack it up, Andrew Wilson. You got so utterly destroyed. At this point, if Andrew Wilson continues to try to, do any saving grace, I can only assume that he has some kind of a humiliation kink at this point.
Telegram could have been something.
All
like
I have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia, and that was a download for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Telegram in Russia. That might be the most suspicious thing about Candace Owens that she self-reported, to be honest with you. I don't know. That's a little uncomfortable. Telegram from Russia. Oop.
I don't need to.
Unless, wait, was she just making a joke and I'm just fucking dumb as shit?
Read it.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia, and that was a download for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like she's joking. It sounds like she actually... I thought maybe, my charity is oh, maybe Candace Owens is just making a joke there and I'm fucking dumb as shit. It doesn't sound like she was making a joke there.
I don't need to, I deeply care about this case. I don't need to pretend
I get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff
deeply
that I
care
don't
about
know.
the case,
Yeah.
I just, I have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so
questions.
you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There. I don't
Yeah. Do you
need
have
to
the
that.
steakhouse receipt? Is my question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt, and that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it, and I said, "Stay tuned. He's the one."
Andrew Wilson, just pack it up, dude. You got so fucking annihilated this debate. Just pack it up, dude. Pack it up, brother.
working on that story.
Okay, so you
never-
haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
all I did.
Well, she made it clear that it was a conspiracy theory. You dumb okay, whatever. You can't fucking get through to people like Andrew. He's just trying to find a gotcha on her. That's all this is. This is a pathetic attempt at trying to find a gotcha. Pack it up, Andrew. Pack it up. You lost. Pack it up, bud.
As I said earlier,
cope and seethe.
In this conversation, was I spoke
at that unfollow TPUSA gave you,
the owner,
and at the 3 baby daddies that your wife had.
When I broke that story, I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay, so to be clear, there's no receipt.
I just said the opposite. I said there's a receipt.
Well, you don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right, with blurred out.
The person working on this story that blurred that out is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse?
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I agree with that.
Yeah, so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now...
He paid. If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
but is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
Approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler Robinson's.
I just want to say you're holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it. I'm just asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very...
That's literally what Andrew Wilson has been doing this entire debate. He's been holding... that's what he does a lot. He holds other people to a higher standard, and he doesn't have to meet any of those standards because he can conveniently change the rules for himself if it makes him look good in the moment. That's all he does. He's a fucking completely inauthentic person.
Coming. I told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
so should that be added in an official timeline that you give?
It's in my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
you
we
can
get
do what you
wrong,
want, sure. But I'm asking, should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls under...
And then you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
what's the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got the information, what happened next, with the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it. Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof, do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the preliminary hearing.
Died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No? Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think
I think it's important that Candace Owens ask if I'm allowed to have an opinion. The fact that she she knows Andrew Wilson is so pedantic on even the smallest details, and she knows that Andrew Wilson is trying to push for TPUSA to sue her. He was embarrassingly unsuccessful in doing so to get a lawsuit against Candace Owens. So Candace Owens has to say it's an opinion just to avoid a defamation lawsuit. I think it's just important context to keep in mind there.
It's possible. It's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding
hold
I'm
like
not
I said, you hold the prosecution to a higher standard than you do to people.
I'm not adding unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean official timeline? This is my timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline, includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like.
I've been following it very closely on X.
The receipt, you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted to know. I've been following it very closely on X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of steakhouses and having a conversation. You're following Congo on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. First of all, he never got in touch with an attorney. He's lying about that. He never got in touch with an attorney. Second of all, he didn't know one of the 7 charges that Tyler Robinson was given. And he said that there's overwhelming evidence that he's guilty. You have no, like, we're at a point now where Andrew Wilson has 0 credibility or 0 credentials on any of the shit that he's talking about. There's no reason to believe you. You're a fraud. Like, Andrew Wilson is a complete fucking fraud that has 0 idea of what he's talking about at all. Like, there's no reason to believe Andrew Wilson at all on any of the shit that he says.
All of it. You think because I have a momentary lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the charges.
Shut the fuck up. You do this all the time. You play semantics about shit all the time. You're so pedantic about shit all the fucking time, Andrew. You don't get to suddenly change this rule because it's convenient for you in the moment. Dude, you do this shit all the time. Oh my god, this is so ironic of you to be criticizing other people for being pedantic, even though that is one of the very few details that actually does matter. There is a difference between aggravated murder and murder. Okay, so I'm getting this from Ryan Law. Hopefully I pronounced this correctly. What's murder and what's aggravated murder? Ohio law. This is from Ohio law. I imagine it's going to translate in other states as well. I suppose there might be some differences from state to state. I'm not entirely sure. But what's murder and what's aggravated murder? Ohio law defines murder as purposely causing someone else's death or unlawfully terminating a pregnancy, which is abortion, which is wrong in my opinion. I think that women should have the right to abortion, but this is Ohio law that we're talking about. The offense also, again, we're also talking about the court of law. That doesn't necessarily mean that what is there is right. Like, I believe women should have the right to abortion. The offense also occurs when another person is killed while the alleged offender is either committing or attempting to commit a first or second degree felony, unless the offense was voluntary or involuntary manslaughter. Because aggravated murder is a more severe offense than murder, specific factors must be apparent in the crime for it to be elevated in this charge. In Ohio, a person commits aggravated murder when they purposely, with premeditation, cause another's death and unlawful termination in pregnancy. Again, I think that's wrong, but that is what the law says. Cause the death of another or unlawful termination in pregnancy that they were committing or attempting to commit, fleeing, which is kidnapping, rape, aggravated arson, aggravated robbery, aggravated burglary, yada, yada, yada. Or kill someone under the age of 13, cause the death of another while they were incarcerated, or kill a law enforcement officer. So, again, aggravated murder is what, whatchamacallit, Tyler Robinson is facing. Whereas the actual murder is like a more broad term, I would say. And there is technically a difference between the two. There is a massive difference between the two because it shows that Tyler Robinson is being charged with the intention of murdering Charlie Kirk, obviously, because it was an assassination. So it's important to keep that in mind. Even though this says Ohio law, I would imagine that some of this does translate to Utah. I would imagine Utah's probably a little more of a conservative state, most likely. I mean, you know, Utah Valley University is definitely more conservative from what I've seen.
Charges.
Splitting hairs.
No, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow.
You're splitting hairs. Oh my god. It's okay when I split hairs on all my debate opponents, but nobody's allowed to split hairs on me. Boo-hoo. Cry some more, bitch. Cry about it.
At all.
No, it doesn't mean that at all.
You don't know any of the charges that are against him when this is like getting literally to the crux. Aggravated murder versus murder.
It's ridiculous.
A death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else is going to be? Who else? It would be Candace Owens' timeline.
I just don't know what his issue is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around 2 people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt, and yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about, roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to.
Yeah, because it's a theory. Candace Owens made it very clear that, like, she has a source and that a lot of it is a theory. And, like, yeah, it could be hearsay because we don't see the source. But, yes, that's what it is at the end of the day. It's a theory. And Candace Owens feels like it's backed up with all the claims that she has made. Like, she has already explained it to you.
The owner.
It is a theory. We knew this, Andrew.
Steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And
that's so funny. She fucking the subtle jab at Andrew Wilson being fucking terminally online on Twitter as well. That's also funny. That's so funny. Just like the subtle jab. Hey, you're also terminally online, buddy. Get off Twitter. Go outside. Touch some grass, you bitch.
That's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
You will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
sure.
cool.
You can keep whatever you want there. I'm just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you. I think
No hard evidence anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
All right.
All right, you guys, if someone followed you
All right, we got to watch all the ads.
everywhere that you went, recorded what you searched, and studied your habits, you'd call the police.
Well, they would also find that there's a lot of Instagram porn and Twitter porn in there.
When your smartphone does it, we call it convenience. At
A
Zero
lot of thick women in there.
Ghost, they believe that you shouldn't have to trade your privacy for convenience. That's why they created the Ghost phone, a smartphone built to give you more control over your personal information without giving up the things that you actually need a smartphone to do. The Ghost phone has been professionally hardened to minimize unnecessary tracking and make your phone substantially more difficult to hack or compromise. And considering what some of you have been searching lately, such as what does it mean to be yankin' and bankin', maybe your smartphone doesn't need to know quite so much about you.
Damn.
The best part is that you don't have to become a cybersecurity expert to use it. You can keep your phone number, you can keep your carrier, you can use your normal apps, call, text, take pictures, you get a normal smartphone experience, but with the privacy and security at the center of it all. The difference is the phone is built around your privacy rather than building a business around your data. So yank and bank your way over to zeroghost.com/Candace and use code Candace at checkout for $50 off your Ghost phone. That's zeroghost.com/Candace. Installment plans are available at checkout. I also want to remind you guys about American financing because it is no secret that everything is starting to feel a lot more expensive. If your daily essentials are ending up on a credit card, those double-digit interest rates are quietly draining your bank account. If that debt is starting to feel heavy, you should know that you're not alone. If you're a homeowner, you've likely looked at your mortgage rate and thought, I shouldn't touch that. But American Financing offers a smart equity loan so that you don't have to. It allows you to wipe out high interest debt and lower your monthly overhead while keeping your primary mortgage intact. It's a surgical strike against debt. Unlike a fluctuating HELOC, the smart equity loan is a fixed rate loan, giving you a predictable monthly payment. At American Financing, there are never any upfront fees to find out what you qualify for. So talk to a salary-based consultant today. These experts who are paid to help you save, not to sell you more than you need, can help you if you call 800-795-1210. Again, that's 800-795-1210 or visit AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. Again, that's AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. I have to tell you guys about Nimi Skincare. You know I love them. They make the best tallow skincare products I've ever used.
Damn, is that why your skin is so shiny? Jesus Christ.
Tallow comes from grass-fed, grass-finished cattle raised on a Montana farm in a world where so many companies hide where their ingredients are coming from.
Gross. Candace Owens' skin is so shiny you could read it like a crystal ball. It's incredible.
That really matters. Everyone seems to be talking about tallow these days, but not all tallow is created equally. Nimi has focused on sourcing exceptional ingredients and creating products that people genuinely love to use. That's why I've been using Nimi's Sunshine Tallow Cream and their Buzzin' Tallow Balm. The Sunshine Tallow Cream has become one of Nimi's most popular products. It's rich, nourishing, and made with tallow, aloe vera, avocado oil, and shea butter to deeply moisturize the skin while it's feeling lightweight and comfortable. It leaves your skin looking soft, hydrated, and healthy without that greasy feeling. When my skin needs a little extra support, I reach for the Buzzin' Tallow Balm. It's a richer formula that helps lock in moisture and leave skin feeling deeply nourished and cared for. What I appreciate most is that these products are rooted in simplicity, high-quality ingredients, American sourcing, American manufacturing, and skincare that simply works. So if you've been curious about tallow skincare, now is the perfect time to try it. Visit NimiSkincare.com to save an additional 10% off your order with promo code Candace10 at checkout. Again, that's NimiSkincare.com, promo code Candace10 at checkout.
All right, we are finally at the end. For those of you that are watching it, maybe a good commentary for you would be the following on if you're a Andrew fan.
Definitely not.
And you are still saying, you know what, Andrew's arguments were solid, great. Candace, great. But did anything change your mind?
I don't know who in their right mind would say Andrew Wilson won this debate. Andrew Wilson got absolutely fucking... Like, I don't even think it was close. I don't think it was a fair match at all. Andrew Wilson, I would say, met his match, but it wasn't even fair. Like, Andrew Wilson got completely scorched this debate. Like, completely just annihilated. There's no way anybody could unironically say Andrew Wilson won the debate, unless you're just like a diehard blind fan of him and you just like him regardless.
Did you watch and say, you know what, I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary to hear. And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded you can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having to sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing.
She had nothing, guys. She had nothing, guys. Nothing. I look so good at this debate. Dude, he's so fucking nervous, man.
For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is...
I think there's a reason why I think Patrick deep down knows that he fucking... Candace Owens won the debate, and that's why he asked him first, and so that way she can fucking completely just destroy him on the final thoughts.
Involved.
And they're not allowed to talk over each other either, but watch Andrew Wilson try to talk over her regardless, because he's fucking scared. He's gonna... I guarantee you that's what he's gonna try to do, because he's fucking terrified.
Anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims...
Yeah, well, apparently she's too stupid to murder anybody, according to you anyways, so...
About Erica Kirk? Yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but... or answer some questions, but you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this, more than anything else, was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions.
Well, she tells you where she gets them from, at the very least, and you just weren't satisfied with the answers that she was giving. But okay.
Again, like
you can you just let him yap, let him talk. He's full of shit. Just let him yap.
Like I said in my opening, it's always intuition.
He fucking lost this debate so hard, and now we're just gonna listen to a cope session. That's all this is. That's why I haven't been saying much. There's nothing you can say that'll convince him otherwise. He's coping at this point.
My feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition-based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing. Unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, not a zero, zilch, and she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from DPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now, whereas on her show...
Yeah, why wouldn't she be? She doesn't want to get into a fucking defamation lawsuit. You're trying to force her into a dialogue tree to get her into a defamation lawsuit. Of course, why would she fucking give you exactly what you want?
much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Okay, you done, bitch boy? Cool, thanks.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion, and I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning.
Well, Erica Kirk doesn't care about her own husband, so I don't know, Candace. A little bit of something to keep in mind there as well.
Point USA, and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate, because I believe I can win this on the merits, and I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to.
That's exactly what it is. Andrew Wilson constantly pivots when he doesn't have a good answer to something. He constantly pivots away from it. He doesn't actually engage with it if he has no good answer. And he attempts to interrupt them a lot to make sure that they lose track of what they're saying. He attempts to pivot the topic. When he has no good answer on anything, and when you push him on something, you can see him get visibly nervous on it, and he gets like incredibly insecure about it.
Find people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about...
Not really. I wouldn't go as far as to say he's trending. No one really cares that much that Charlie Kirk died. That's probably why people don't care about talking about him as much. He just has Kirkification memes. And Charlie Kirk was not a good person. It was just a thing that happened now to most of us. I don't think a lot of people really care that much. Like, obviously, like, it was shocking when it first happened, but then a week happened, and Donald Trump's like, look at my ballroom, and don't talk about Epstein. And then Erica Kirk doesn't care about it. Everybody uses, the conservatives use Charlie Kirk's death as a virtue signal to be like, oh, look how violent the left is, but that's really where the conversation ends. You know, most people make Kirkification memes. No one really, I don't think anyone really cares that much about it, to be honest.
Finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something.
Which Andrew never does, by the way. He never concedes on anything. He never admits when he's wrong. He has to look right on something because of his optics. He likes looking like a good debater.
Timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this, and I trust. I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful, fair from both of you. I think the audience won, and again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us.
He wasn't really that good of a person. Charlie Kirk, by the way, is the same guy that said that the Civil Rights Act was a bad thing, and that MLK Jr. was a bad person, and that he would force his daughter to give birth to a rapist baby. I mean, of course we have to. We have to push this thing of Charlie Kirk being a good guy. We have to push this narrative that he was a good person because we're a right-wing channel, but. Whatever. That's beside the point from this debate. I'm at least happy that Andrew Wilson got his shit walked by fucking Candace Owens. His shit rocked. Whatever. You know what I meant.
Our anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that it's here. The audience, I think you also won if you did. Support the Crucible, support the Candace show, support the PBD podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators.
Yeah. Well, at least Andrew Wilson is making back some of that money that he wasted on this debate just to get fucking dog walked by Candace Owens.
We have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
All right, well, that's the end of that. Yeah, that was a really fun watch. Very entertaining, as I said, to see Andrew Wilson get fucking completely destroyed by Candace Owens, and it's not even close. Andrew Wilson it really does show, like, how truly fucking pathetic of a person Andrew Wilson really is. I might even respect Candace Owens more, a little bit. I don't know, maybe just a little bit. I respect her a little bit more after this debate. I don't know.